This is it. 6 days of back-to-back world-class pool. 128 players down to just two. Just one match remains to decide who will win the biggest prize in the sport. $250,000 and the chance to be crowned World Pool King. Welcome to the 2025 World Pool Championships. It is time to get proceedings underway. Hi there, welcome along to finals night. What a brilliant night we have in store for you. Along for the ride, Emily Fraser, Scott Frost and Carl Boys. Great to see you, Emily. What a start to the night. It was brilliant.
I know, where do we even begin? You know, we started the Whirlpool Championship with a dance group on the Octagon with 128 players, and now we finish with the final two. We have a saxophonist, drummers on here. You don't really know where to start, because what an event it's been this week. And I just want to, throw my hat out to the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Billiard Snooker Federation, who have obviously done an incredible job here with the arena. The players have loved every single second of it. And I know these two players in the final, they're nervous, but they're also excited. And that's what this event brings.
Well, the players have enjoyed it, as have we, Scott. What's been your favourite moment of the week?
Well, just coming back to Saudi Arabia, like Emily just said, the venue is above and beyond for me. I think it's spectacular. The food behind the house is unbelievable. I like the food. Carl likes the food. But beyond that, I think this final is going to be extra special.
Well, either way, we are in for a historic night, shall we say, tonight, because should Fedor Gorst win, well, he will win back-to-back titles and equal Earl Strickland's record. And should Carlo Biardo win, well, he will become the first Filipino to win 2 world titles. So a special night indeed, potentially.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, obviously.
Yeah.
There always is when we come to these, big major tournaments on the tour, and there's none bigger than this one. And the 2 guys in the final, it's a bit of a cliche. We always think, who do we think is going to win? Who are you going to pick? And it's so difficult because there's a lot of good players. But these 2, if me or Scott or Jeremy had to pick 10 players, these 2 would be in that 10.
Well, talking about what is exactly on the line, because it is the biggest prize in pool, isn't it? $1 million total prize pot. And the winner tonight will be Emily walking away with $250,000. The runner-up gets $100,000. I mean, there is a lot at stake, and also points being prizes, which means it opens doors to tournaments.
Yeah, of course. And the thing is, the players keep saying it, is that it's not just about the prize money here. This tournament is so prestigious and it brings so much more with it. We saw Fedor Gorst win it last year, and then along with that, his profile blew up with it. And then it's all the exposure that comes with it too. He got into the Mosconi Cup, but there's all the invitational events as well. So there's so much riding on this. Carlo Biardo is saying backstage, Reyes Cup, because they know that it's ranking points as well, and as well as their profile. So there's just so much on this tournament. And you think back to where these events were 5 years ago and how much we've come along. And it's just partnerships like this is what gives these players opportunities to come out into a stage like this, play for this type of money and title. And it's brilliant to be here.
We've also had the Saudi juniors in action this week, haven't we? We had the final last night. It's just brilliant to see them come through, and the stars of the future, potentially.
Yeah, Albert from Indonesia, who won the tournament. That's his second win in the junior events in 9 months. So that he's 16 years of age, that means that he can now play as a fully professional player on the World 9-Ball Tour. So both of them, Pierce also played fantastically, but he came away and he said, I played bad, I played here. And, it's about giving them the opportunities at that age so then they can step into these arenas ready when they do come into the main event. I want both of those players in the Whirlpool Championship next year.
Let's hope so. We've also had Efren Reyes here the last couple of days. I wonder whether he's been giving any words of advice to Carlo Biardo.
Well, we've seen in the last match, he was in the practice room. I asked Scott, do you think he said anything? Scott answered beautifully. He said, listen, just his presence, probably that's all he needs to kind of do. And I'm sure he's just going to leave Carlo to it because he's won it before, so he knows what to do. But listen, Carlo's got a lot to do tonight, because if he can snap this title off, he becomes the first Filipino to win 2, and pool's massive in the Philippines.
Imagine it adds a bit of pressure to the players as well when you've got someone like Efren Reyes watching on, Scott.
Oh, I would imagine. Just Efren in the building makes me nervous, but he's such a big positive presence for everybody.
Okay, well, it was a brilliant semi-final this afternoon, wasn't it? Let's just remind ourselves how the 2 players have reached the final tonight.
The day's opening battle pitted experience against youth. Experience prevailed decisively as Carlo Biardo comprehensively overcame Bernie Regulario, a fellow Filipino, 21 years his junior. A potent mix of skill, grit and luck proved too much for Regulario to handle as the 2017 champion returned to the final, completing his 11-3 romp with a golden break. The other semi-final saw history man Fedor Gorst stay on course for a successful title defence. Claudio Cacci had chances, but key errors scratching and potting the 6 in rack 16, the most damaging, undermined the talented teenager's challenge. Now only Biardo stands between Gorst and world 9-ball glory again.
It was so good. JJ, good to see you. Are the right two men, do you think, in the final this evening?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I said it yesterday with the Final Four. You know, sometimes you look back at one match and we see a lot of matches on the main table and you question, well, if this guy got just one more roll, where would he be? But I think we definitely have the right two guys in this final.
Scott, it was two very contrasting semi-finals, wasn't it? Carlo Biardo made, well, light work of his semi-final, but Fedor Gorst, he had to work for it. But that seems to be the way that Fedor Gorst seems to like stuff.
Yeah, it is how Fedor Gorst plays. He's just a little scratchy at times, but he always seems to get through it, whether it's help from an opponent or what he does. But the Fedor factor is real, in my opinion. He's so talented off the shot, meaning tactically. He does things tactically that a lot of average players at this level don't do.
How impressed were you with Carlo Biardo this afternoon? Because it was experience versus youth, wasn't it, in his match? And his experience just shone through.
Yeah, not so much just the semi-finals, kind of the whole event really, because the last sort of 2 seasons he's played a few matches on the main table, not looked that good, and then you sort of think, well, is he just getting to that age where, you know, he's done it all, seen it all, and it's hard to then go on and win. But listen, this week he's come in, he's played some good stuff, and obviously he had a tricky match against young Bernie, another Filipino, and he come through it very well indeed.
In terms of going into the final, who would you rather be? Would you rather be Fedor having the more testing match or be in Carlo Biardo's position having a more breezier time?
Well, I mean, it's good for both guys, I think. I mean, Fedor's got that weapon, that break shot. I think that's a big one, to where you just know at some point he's going to put something together on you. In this race of 15, I think we'll see it. But Carlo had a lot of confidence. He's going to have a lot of confidence after that last match, and he's just going to continue to try and do the same.
I think it was you, Scott, wasn't it, earlier this week, that you said you called it pretty early on that you thought Carlo Biardo was going to be the only one that really could challenge Fedor, and you were right.
Well, I got lucky, but look at the experience, right? 4 semifinals and now 3 finals.
Yeah.
I mean, that's experience right there. I think he's got his hands full. Listen, credit to Gorst, right? He's made the finals 2 years in a row of the World 9-Ball Championships. It's unbelievable.
It certainly is. Carl, what do you think it is going to come down to? Do you think it will be quite fine margins today?
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough to pick, isn't it? We always try and dissect it. I'm not really sure. I think if you look at the semi-finals rather, Carlo obviously come through quite clean. You know, Claudio had the opportunities. The match could have gone the other way. Fedor started off a little slow. He looks a little edgy, which is understandable. You know, he's got a massive day. It all depends on which Fedor Gorst comes out the gate. If it's the same one and Carlo can pounce, he's got a real chance.
And the race of 15, who does that favour more, JJ?
Well, I mean, that always favors the favorite. I mean, overall, and we got to put Fedor as the favorite. So any lengthier race is going to continue that way. But Carlo's a seasoned champion. He's been here before. Plenty of races to 15 in his book, so he'll know what to do.
Well, you know what's coming. It is prediction time. It's crunch time, Carl. Who's your money on?
Ooh, I don't know. Why do you always come to me first? I think I'm going to...
You can't get out of it.
I'm going to go for Carlo.
Carlo, who are you going for, Scott?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like if Fedor got through that last match, he's been here before. Obviously, Carlo has as well, but I'm going with Gorst.
JJ?
I'm the old man. I'm going to sit back on the fence and let him play.
No, you're not.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. We'll let you off.
That's all right. I don't want to jinx anybody.
Okay, all right. Well, the players are ready. So let's get the 2025 final up and running.
The World 9-Ball Tour proudly presents the crown jewel of 9-Ball in partnership with the Saudi Billiards and Snooker Federation and the Ministry of Sport. This is the 2025 World Pool Championship. coming to you live from the incredible city of Jeddah in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. What started with 128 of the world's finest is now down to two. Two warriors, both chasing history, under the lights, in front of the world for the biggest title in the game. First up, a man who knows exactly what it takes to win it all. A former world champion, a national hero, representing the Philippines. Give it up for Carlo Biado! And his opponent, the defending world pool champion, the current world #1, representing the United States of America. Give it up for Fedor Gorst.
Probably be nothing but this town's old drunken down, smoke stained stool. Right now he's got a bargain that is taking too far on his boys game, and now I'm all cool. I was a better man, but I got myself steady. Sitting in the corner, sits back on the road, that's how I win it.
Two champions, one table, one final race for the title of world champion.
Yes, so who will be crowned 2025 world champion? It is time to find out. Your commentators for the big one, JJ, Carl Boys and Phil Yates. Evening, guys. Very much looking forward to this.
Anna, I could not agree more. There are 250,000 reasons why this is going to be the most intense match of the year. They've both got their name engraved on this coveted trophy, but they're not satisfied. They want more success. If Fedor Gorst were to successfully defend, apart from creating so much history, will he be world #1 for at least 2 more years? As for Carlo Biado, he would return to the Philippines a national hero. It is the lengthiest match on the World 9-Ball Tour, as well, a race to 15. And let's hope, Carl and Jeremy, that it goes the distance as it did last year.
It was a real treat 12 months ago. Went all the way for the Ghost. Managing to get the win. Hill. Boy, again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that would be something special. I think, really feel like we're going to see some awesome pool. Of course, a race to 15 under these conditions and so much at stake. You anticipate a few mistakes here and there, but I think it's going to be a high tariff match between two of the best in the world.
There have been over 230 matches here over the course of the last 6 days. These two have been involved in 14 of them, and they are 14-0, both undefeated. They come into this final with 7 victories. In terms of racks strike rate, Gorst slightly the better. 73 racks won, 41 lost. Now, what about their quotes before the start of the match? Be interesting to see their opinions on what's to come.
Well, I'm happy because I made it into the final. I'm so happy that I won against Bernie Regalado in semi-final. I played well in the beginning, and also I think luck is in my side.
I felt like the match was really tough because Claudio is a really, really dangerous player. I'm just glad that I broke through and kept pushing and never really gave up.
It's going to be a war if I play Fedor Gorst in the final.
Carlo is an unbelievable player. We have a long history with him. We played so many times, and I have a huge respect for his game and his personality.
just do my best in the final. I hope I'm gonna take the $250,000. That's a big money.
I know the pressure's going to be high. There is no real preparation for that. Hoping that I'm going to feel less nervous this year, but that's not the time.
This is the biggest match I've ever played, so I need to prepare, relax, and enjoy the game.
Winning back-to-back is going to be a dream come true. That's why I came.
There's so much symmetry here when you think Carlo Biardo, he was world 9-ball champion in 2017. That same year, Fedor Gorst won the World Junior Championship in Moscow. Now, though, he's not a junior, he's very much the man. Biardo, despite his great career CV, he is second favourite, but he's not without a wonderful chance of lifting the trophy again and joining the likes of Earl Strickland, Johnny Archer, Pong Pang Chow, Torsten Homan, Albin Auschen, and of course, Gorst himself as a multiple world 9-ball champion. It's all set fair.
Yeah, it really is. So many matches, over 6 days. So long this tournament has been going on, and it all comes down to it. Somehow, we've got these two left. What a story it has been for Fedor Gorst. Just to win one of these world titles is difficult, it's brutal, it takes a lot out of you. He's come back and just picked up from where he left off.
Yeah, 2 years with two different kind of paths there. I mean, we talked about last year's was the most amazing thing, really, to come behind from so many matches against so many great players. And then this year barely trailed until this last match against Claudio Cacci, and then really kind of sucked it up, you know, halfway through the match and put a little bit together and got the job done.
Yeah, last year, Fedor Gorst, he lost his first match to Mustafa Alden, 9-3. After that, he was behind in plenty. He won 3 matches by 2 racks, 3 others, hill. How he won that title, I don't know. This time, yes, he's been challenged. Certainly he was this afternoon by Claudio Cacci. He was by Jonas Suto as well in the last 64. But as Jeremy said, the path has been a little smoother this time around.
Yeah, I'm just glad there's a few more people that have made their way into the arena for this match. The crowd has been a little light all week, but Jeremy, it looks a lot better out there for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Those players want to feel that energy. We want to see that energy, and it's just how they respond. And I think that's when they respond their best and make for the greatest memories.
There is the force behind all of this. Emily Fraser of Matchroom. It has been a really lengthy week. A lot of people have put in a big shift, including the referees, who I think must be commended, A, for their workload, and B, for their professionalism.
Yeah, and you wonder about this lag, not only how Federer finished breaking the balls in that last match, or the latter half of that last match, and also how Carlos started, so the lag could be huge. So it is a lengthy race.
Will the famed Gorst break work?
A little bit like the start of the semi-final, he finds both jaws on the side pocket. It's a dry break.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, he started a lot of matches like that, to where the break wasn't as good as he wants, and he just seems to find it at the right moments. But for Carlo to get it to the table quickly, even though it's not an offensive shot, I think that's could be a huge moment. The entire ball, so maybe he brings the one down by the purple 5, trying to spread the cue ball over behind the 7, maybe. Oh, he doesn't have the entire ball. He's definitely got some of it.
Hey, what's your choice?
There's the push. Federal Ghost will have the option to shoot this shot, or he can hand it back.
Yeah, not a whole lot on offer here, but the one that is can be pretty good. Just kind of banking one down towards this group on the right side and float behind the 7. Nervy shot to start a final rematch. You wouldn't want to burn your extension on this shot, especially after you're the one who made the push out. Not bad though, really, right?
Yeah, you know how difficult them shots are, Jeremy. When you're trying to split the balls either side, and you've only got one ball as a blocker. All in all, it's not too bad.
And I like that he didn't burn the extension. I really do.
It's a little light. We've seen that a few times in the semi-finals, didn't we? Just not quite getting the cue ball where he wanted.
Yeah, I saw that a handful of times, and we'll see how that plays on. I think he'll recognize it, though. Didn't leave anything easy, but did leave options. Maybe just bank the one straight back down and try and go by the pink to the bottom rail. Maybe float behind the 3.
Extension cool.
Can he get to the edge of this ball? I think he can. I wonder if he may run the cue ball a little bit. I was thinking he may do something like that. Just felt like you could put more of a stroke on the ball, and no matter what the outcome, you're probably not going to leave a shot.
When it comes to tactics, the Filipinos are so shrewd, but then again, that also applies to Gorst. When an immovable object meets an irresistible force and all that kind of stuff, I think predictions are so tough.
Yeah, good safeties bring opportunities, and Carlo's got a little one here. It's not easy getting on blue 2.
Yeah, I've always felt that Carlo, when it's not natural position, he's one of the best at being able to manufacture with spin and use the rails, kill the cue ball. Can he get in that little gap up table to get between the 4 and 5 and just take the long shot on the 2? That would do it. And he decided to open it up. He's a little light because he caught the one a little heavy to the pocket. Still, though, the effort with that top spin to start the match, a little inside spin with it, you got to feel okay with about it, how he hit it.
A couple of options, Jeremy. He could be very attacking, go for the bank. He can also run the cue ball up towards the green again.
I like the bank.
So does Biado. So does Biado, but he's missed it. He's left it over the pocket. I think Gorst can play a little swerve into the long rail.
And I think he missed the bank just because he wanted to ease the cue ball a little bit, trying to hold position. Thought he might draw into the purple and kind of pop it in and just take the cut on the 3. This isn't an easy swerve, by the way.
Spinny puts on that swerve. One, the angling, that's why he's got shape. That's the junior champion, Mr. Januatu.
Yes, went in the final. He's from Indonesia. Brilliant player, a brilliant young player. So many out.
Could have used a little more on that. That way he could fall easily straight in on the purple to go upstairs with the green 6. I think it's a little thin to kill the ball.
He may come back across just to miss the end.
You ever draw into the purple? Okay, he's going to take this. Now he'll dig to come 2 rails between his 7-9. I think, anyways.
Extension cool.
Pretty smart shot right there.
Yeah, nicely done. Well judged. That needs to go. He was playing for the same pocket as the green 6.
Yeah, he may have to draw this with a little left spin and wrap the corner. Coming 3 cushions towards the 8. I don't know if he can get to the top rail of the high ball.
One thing that's always good with Fedor Gorst is time management. He doesn't rush even with the restriction of the 30 seconds. Often plays a shot as the beeps are beginning. Missed a point-blank 9-ball a couple of matches ago. But they are once in a blue moon. And so it is the defending champion who gets off to the superior start. It was all about that for this judge. Bank on the 2-ball from Carlo Biardo. It's been an unbeaten week for Fedor Gorst. He went 2-0 behind in his first match to young American Sam Henderson, but he came through that 9-3, then beat Francesco Candela, and this is his record in single elimination. It looked at one point as though we might see a blockbuster match in the last 32 between Gorst and Joshua Filler, but that was not possible because Max Lechner overcame Filler, and then Gorst beat Max 11-4. He won the first 5 racks against Mario He, winning 11-5 in the end, 11-4 in the quarterfinals against Jeffrey Rodder, and then this afternoon, Claudio Cacci. He will have plenty of regrets. As for Carlo Biardo, well, he beat Lee Van Corteza, a wily Filipino veteran in winners qualification, and in single elimination it's been one battle after the next until this afternoon when against Bernie Regalario he was dominant.
There it is. That's the break he's looking for. And he can make the 2 into the side. If it goes in the upper right corner, I think that's the shot he will play just because he's got to get on the red 3.
pretty natural. And the thing is, you can really evaluate, right, from getting behind it. If you get a little off angle, the safety should be okay, or really a viable option.
That'll do nicely. He's got a shot at this ball. Got a bit of an angle.
Yeah, I think he might pinch it back for the same corner again.
Yeah, all three balls are really going in the same pocket. The brown 7 is covered, but because of that green ball, it makes life a little easier getting on the brown 7.
Yeah, again, another situation.
Extension cool.
He's got to get there first, as he should, but another situation you can always evaluate. If you don't like it, it should be a jam up safety on the brown 7.
Refusing to be rushed, as I say, not perturbed about playing when the beeps are going. It is a 30-second shot clock, of course, with a 30-second extension, 1 allowed per player per round.
Carl, you like trying to stay a hair above it, or do you like trying to fall below? Because a hair above, you can still play short side on the 7 for the upper right, and still break it out if you get nice. He's going to get perfect. Yeah, sorry, Carl.
And you see the angle he's got. Still go wrong though. Maybe you're bumping balls out. You're never guaranteed.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a lot of speed.
One way to guarantee nothing silly happening. The 8 ball.
Well, so far a typical Gorst rack this. Well planned, well executed.
Yeah, when you go back to rack number 1, listen, you understand why Biardo went for the bank. Can't blame him, but if you're going to go for it, he's got to go, and he didn't go. He left it over the pocket. Yeah, Federer's lost the cue ball a little here, but he's just a couple of balls away from making this bank a 2-rack difference with the break.
Yeah, a little bit of a tester here just because of the situation, but and early in the match. But I think if you're Carlo and you're on the fence, I think you got to go for some of those shots and really try to put some racks together.
I've seen so many giants of Q Sports over the years, like Fedor Gorst, and when they have the bit between their teeth, when they are in big events, big matches, there's a sense of inevitability. Two 2-0 it is, break and run out from the main man. If he wins tonight, he emulates Earl Strickland in 2 regards. He'll join Strickland as the second 3-time winner of this championship and join Strickland as the only other player to successfully defend the title. This is what's at stake financially a prize pool of $1 million US. 100,000 goes to the runner-up, and that will help whoever in terms of qualification for Mosconi Cup, Reyes Cup. The winner, 250,000. The same amount that Gorst banked last year. He'll be so far clear at the top of the rankings, Carl, if he wins this. Well, the others won't be anywhere in sight. They will have been lapped a few times over.
Yeah, it'll take him a couple of years before we'll see new world number one and also back-to-back world titles.
The one rocketed in. Look at that 2-ball sitting pretty.
Yeah, the red 3 doesn't look to be sitting pretty though, so he's got a bit of work to do. He'll get a better look in the
I think he may have fell on the perfect angle to maybe draw short side. Not something you want to gamble too much. Maybe he's a little too heavy on the angle. But it looks pretty safe to draw towards the 3 like he's looking at right there. Very hard to get snookered. Maybe you bump it. Of course, the safety option's always there. Doesn't want to play the triple combination on 5-6. I know that. May get into this a bit.
Spin at the last minute. Just ball the cue ball down towards the green. He's hooked behind the purple 5. He's not messing his head for the short cue. He's trying to pop this into the side pocket.
Yeah, and he kind of pured it, right? The 2-ball really got a lot more draw, I think, than he anticipated from that angle. I like him trying to get that position, though, instead of just laying up for the safety. What do you say here? 50% probably with this guy on the side. This is not easy. And that's a pretty big number, really.
When he comes to jumping, Fedor Gorst is simply magical. Dynamite.
Yeah, he just makes so many of them. Unlike any other player, really. I mean, that was not an easy jump shot. It was awkward bridging. He's playing it into a side pocket. He was close to the purple. What a shot. He's feeling good. You can see it. It's a different player in his semi-final. Just took the extension at the back of his cue. He likes to keep it on for certain shots, and then he puts it in his pocket when he feels like he doesn't need it.
Pretty smart shot, really, to bring the cue ball back. He hit it well, fell a little on the 50. So not only a little tougher make here on the 5, but not going to get premium on the 7 to get back down to the 8.
And he drew the cue ball back because he knew the purple was going to fly around the table.
The first sign of weakness. It wasn't easy. Biardo coming back to the table, relieved to do so.
Yeah, and Carroll's got to take these chances. It's a little bit like what Jeremy was saying. He's still got the same issue. He's got to get on this round 7 good. That makes life easier hitting the 8 ball.
stretch near the height of his opponent, Fedor Gorst, who's got to get some power with the draw stroke.
Extension call.
Put a little speed on this to try and get a little more bounce off that rail as he draws the cue ball back. So be a little careful that lower left, and sometimes amazingly get it all the way over.
Applause from this large crowd. They know that the flick off the 9, just what the doctor ordered.
Not want the bump, and now he's put himself in a bit of trouble here. This is thin. Again, he's going to be stretching over the table, and this is a shot that we do see the pros miss from time to time.
Scrambled in, and the undercut 5-ball from Fedor Gorst costs him the rack. Yes, he still leads, but now only by 2 racks to 1. Early exchanges in the books. That was the mistake from Fedor Gorst that stopped him in his tracks. It was looking like 3-0. But Carlo Biardo just about squeezed the 9-ball in after a poor positional shot from 8 to 9. Now Horsey breaks off in rack 4.
Thank you, rack 4. Carlo Biardo break, trailing 2 racks to 1.
Yeah, that's what we was paying a close eye to. We wanted to see what was going to happen on the Biardo break, and he's found the yellow 1-ball straight away.
Yeah, he's knocked the 2 in as well. And what I like is, of course, he doesn't have the power into the break, but the timing's really good. That's why you see such good spreads, even though it doesn't have quite as much speed.
Yeah, you see the cue ball arcing below the 9-ball.
He's got a choice here, you know. In club, when you're practicing, you just spin 2 rails out, but he's got options to stay underneath. He may stun above, actually.
Yeah, he's come around the back of it and it's just popped out enough.
Yeah, nothing wrong. Gonna get on the green. There's nothing wrong with short side on the round 7. So I'd say just don't even get any kind of missable ball on the 6, right? Don't get thin, not too much angle from behind. Always go forward. You know the nerves are going, but he's not showing it. Really sweet with the stroke every time, the body movement.
Carlo Biardo wins the 4th rack.
That is a dream rack for anyone to win in a world final. It was the old 1-2 punch to start, and then from there on in, Carlo Biardo made it look as routine as any rack can be under this kind of pressure. Now, back in 2021, Biardo stood up to the pressure and won the US Open, beating Alosha Shab in the final 13-8. The defending champion is, guess who? Fedor Gorsh, and he will look to keep the trophy. The Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City on the New Jersey shoreline, August 18 to 23. First prize there, $100,000 US, a record for that event, which Jeremy Jones has won. You might have come close, Donald. Yes.
And Carl, world 8-ball champion, finished runner-up in the World 9-ball championships, runner-up in the US Open. He's been in these situations, Carl.
Didn't lose in the final of the World 9-ball, 2 semis.
Oh, 2 semis, excuse me. Yeah.
Carlo Biardo break.
Well,
scores are tied.
4-0 up in both semis. Still home.
Yeah, I get it. I've lost one of those big ones before myself. But yeah, the US Open's my favorite, but of course, being from there and
he's got the break down. The 9's going
Well, it seems to my untrained eye that this table is breaking nicely.
well, we got a great referee doing his job. Of course, that racking in, most of the referees do a really good job. But every now and again, we get one that looks a little different. But also, I think these guys are dialed in at the break, which is showing us a lot. He's one of my favorite to see with these shots with a little distance when he's got to work the ball. What he was looking at a 4-ball, He's in an ugly position. It doesn't appear it probably slides by the 5, and you can't even make it flicking the 5. So if he can get to the center of the table, you may see him be somewhat aggressive coming off the red 3, going at the pink.
Needs to go. Didn't quite get into the cue ball.
Now, Carl, do you have any kind of plan going into this longer race at all? Do you say to yourself, I want to just grind every game, or do you just stick to what type of player you are to get things going? I was thinking he might bank at this. I was thinking he might do this.
Wow, that was close, wasn't it? You can see the plan. Well, I think you know the Arrow's plan. Never mind mine. He's going for his shots. He's trying to make it happen. You can't blame him. That's what he's good at. He's got all these little finicky shots.
Wants that to get away a little bit. Of course, you can't always worry about the incredible jumping skills of Fedor Gors. That'll make you play the shot a little oddly. You just got to force him to make it.
Yeah, he's got a few cues with him here at the bottom end of the table. Jump cues, that is. For a shorter one, a long one. Have a look at this. Fancy
Extension,
shot.
please.
And this one, always nice when you can use the rail to get your bridge hand in position on these jump shots. Maybe it's just the 6, maybe a sliver of the 8 to go over.
Does it make everyone? As Jeremy said, you've got to just play the game. You've got to play the shots. He's had worse results.
And I wonder how much of this ball he can get at. This could be really delicate. Now, if he could shoot the 4 and kind of bank it away 2 rails and draw back to the bottom rail as the 2 escapes up table, that might be an option. Otherwise, if he's got to edge this somehow, very tricky.
Extension, cool.
Cutting this between the 6 and 8 to the bottom rail and going back up table. That's the play.
Well called, well spotted, and well played.
What's happening right now underlines just how important it is to eradicate mistakes. It was just a slight undercut on that 5 ball in the 3rd rack when Gorst was in command, it seemed. He's in command no longer.
He's very nasty.
Yeah, just trying to leave as long as he can, get the cue ball near the rail, and you got to feel good about the hit because that shot's going to come up again, you figure, in this race to 15.
Yeah, he's going to make him pot a ball here. A little kind of thin one, where he knows if he misses it, he's going to leave it on for his opponent. So this has got to go in. This may tell us a little story as well. Because if he knocks it in, it's going to make him feel good. Yeah, he didn't go in clean, but he played it that way.
Yeah, the lighter speed opened up the pocket a little bit, and I don't know about you guys. I felt like these guys were going to play really well. And this is where you really see the 9-ball pull we all want to see, where both of them are executing, doing the right things. It's just who's going to come with the big shot first.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're playing for a massive difference in prize money, but they're both in the final. You know, it's a good payday in terms of pool, so it helps. Maybe it's just a case of we can relax a little bit more now.
They are the best finals in Q Sports, the ones where quality and drama coexist.
He wants to play the 9 in the lower right. Doesn't want to have to shoot the 9 past those 2 knuckles in the right middle side pocket. So they should open up the cue ball with a hair right spin here.
Carlo Biado wins the tip rack.
It is 3 on the spin for Carlo Biado. From 2-0 down, he suddenly leads 3-2. What a fierce competitor he is.
He's shown us why he's a former world champion. Why he's a real threat in this final for Fedor Gorst.
Yeah, he's won this before, of course. When he prevailed in 2017, it wasn't anywhere near the prize money it is now. It wasn't anywhere near the profile it is now. He beat his fellow countryman Roland Garcia 13-5 in the final. The following year, we wondered, could he possibly emulate Earl Strickland by retaining the title? He did not, but he came very close. He lost 13-10 to one of the most dynamic players Poole has ever seen, Joshua Miller.
Yeah, and I think about this match, you know, extended races, of course, this is a long race, but you've got to get the breaking edge to Federer overall. How could you not? Carlo can keep up with the break. It's not as impressive.
Bringing 3 racks.
A typical edge to Carlo, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm not saying Fedor's bad in this.
Of course,
yeah, just the Filipinos are a little bit more inventive. But when you're talking about the break, the way it started, I'm not so sure about that either. He's hitting it sweet.
Yeah, he's hitting it real sweet. I'm just saying it's a little different type of break that, you know, sometimes you got to really rely on that one.
Yeah, it reminds me of FSR's break when he got on his little rampage, like sort of drawing it under the 9-ball. Now he's got a similar shot as Fedor plays. He kind of swerve it around the red 3, rail first.
Yeah, can he hit it thick enough to go underneath the 7 or thin enough to go between the 7-9? I like the thicker side of it. I think that's the better option. Just get to the left to get any kind of look on the 3. Oh, he tried to go on the thinner side. What a huge moment this could be.
Can start the clock.
Yeah, that will disappoint him. He'd have fancied that. You know, make sure you hit the ball. Make sure it disappears. Just take a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, you could see him kind of looking at the 7 as a big ball in the way of the path, and maybe tried to get a little more out of that shot than we thought he should. But of course, when you're hitting the ball nice, sometimes that happens.
It's a little light, Jeremy.
Yeah, because now, I mean, he's going to stun 2 rails, I believe, to the left of the 5 and come directly at the 4, trying to fall pretty straight. If he has to go between the 5-8, he may have a little issue getting back on the 5, depending on how he falls on the pink. Okay, so he's going between the 5-8.
clearly open, but there's a lot of white ball manoeuvrability required.
More stun on that than the follow. I thought he'd come up the left.
Yeah, I thought that was the plan. Maybe he just hit the cue ball wrong in delivery.
Yeah, well, it's easy to get a little amped and it becomes more of a stun than a follow. He's going to try and pull him behind the 8 ball as the purple comes down the table. I don't know if this is any good either.
Now then.
Yeah, and he kind of rushed it, right? We see him get to the beeps so often. That one there, kind of let get away. Huge shot here early.
3 safety errors already, and you can see that Gorst on that particular shot was exasperated, couldn't hide it.
Yeah, this has been the difference for me. Obviously, Federer has won a lot of matches in this
Extension call.
arena, but players, top players, have struggled to beat them. They've struggled with the task in hand. This is a big, big shot here for the purple 5 for Biardo.
Huge shot. I don't know if I've ever seen him stay down on the ball that long.
Yeah, maybe he knew how important moment it was. Winning racks where you have first opportunity, but stealing a rack like this from the mistake where you feel like your opponent's going to clear up, these are the ones that count. A little straight here, I think.
Yeah, and that he can handle angle on the 8 though, so he can draw back from behind. But that in-between kind of stroke on the 5 from distance, that may serve him well, settling him moving forward in this match.
He's feeling good. He's played it with a little bit of spin to come out for the 8. Yeah, just make sure here don't be doing anything silly with the awkward bridge and the stretch across the table. He's looking good, Phil. He's looking very good.
And everything turned with that missed 5 ball in the 3rd rack. Since then, Biardo has been buzzing. It is 4 racks on the trot for the man they call the Black Tiger from the Philippines. And it means the defending champion, Fedor Gorst, is in the spot of Ernie Bodden. what an intriguing match. And talking of that, the Reyes Cup will most certainly be intriguing this year. It's the second edition. Last time around in Manila, Team Asia, helped by Carlo Biardo, comprehensively defeated Europe. This time, Asia will take on the ultimate challenge. They will take on a team from the rest of the world, the best 5 from outside Asia.
Giving 4 racks to 2.
Yeah, maybe I have a small part to play in that film. We got absolutely drummed off Team Asia.
I wouldn't say a small part, Carl. I'd say a big part.
No, listen, for years, pool fans around the world have been desperate for Team Asia to represent in some sort of team match. Now it's happening, I think. The correct decision has been made. Rest of the world versus Asia in ball 3. And again, one ball disappears. No easy shot for ball 2, as in an attacking shot. This is what we got.
Drop him behind the 4-6. This would be a devastating safety. It plays nice. Just float into that position. You can handle a hair of a bump. No, Federer is forced to use the jump cue. This is where he really separates himself with the jump cue, I think. I mean, all the other ones are obvious, I think. From distance, when he's close to a ball. Because when you're close to the ball, you got to get it up quickly. So any miss hit, the cue ball will curve with so much distance between the cue ball and the object ball. So the accurate strike on the white is so important.
Good hit. Far away from bottom. The red through.
So much control. Distance going quickly over that pink. And this is the type of shot, you know, when you're comfortable, you mess them on the 7 pretty easily.
You've got to make sure you get on the 7 because you know what cue may come to the table if you don't.
Jumps. I think he's got to jump and try and edge it and run the cue ball somewhere. I think that's the percentage. Back towards the 7 and 3 with the ball.
The year it locked off Jones that jump cue. Back on the bird, we'll talk about Federer being, the best with it. Certainly one of the best, but you don't keep playing with that cue and controlling it how you would like. So it's important for Carroll just to play the right shot and the game plan because some a couple of jump shots not quite go Federer's way.
Yeah, and the other thing is don't be alarmed by the 2 or 3 that he might knock in on you in this race to 15. You got to sit there and still get the snooker. We talk about it all the time in Moscone. A devastating snooker is awesome to get, but the snooker itself in the biggest moments are the most important. Okay, a little tricky here. Just got to maintain the cue ball. There's a couple of little obstacles. He can handle a bump at that speed, most likely.
Well done. A little straight on the pink floor, but unavoidable. He's swinging around the table. He's wanting to get close to his work. That's what he's done.
I really like that aggressive third bounce off the rail. With the 6 so available, he can draw back and handle a lot on the purple 5.
You know, the most recent World 9-Ball Tour ranking final featured Fedor Gorst against a Filipino, Johan Chur. It was 6-6, and then Chur won the last 7 racks to lift the trophy. Biardo here going to win 5 on the trot. Dubai Open. This is a massive event known as the World 9-Ball Championship. Every shot is pressurized.
Yeah, you may have to go short side on the 7 here. Take something thin from just past the 8. Wow, can't believe he's elevating here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was with you. I thought it was going to slide a bit more, come closer. Absolutely unbelievable. What a shot. This is how well Biando is feeling. Checking it there. Not many will take that shot on.
You're practicing, maybe.
You still wouldn't.
Well, one thing, you know, we discussed it earlier. When it comes to those unique shots, Carlo not only is one of the best at it, but really fun to watch.
Yeah, he's got a pretty unorthodox sort of cue action. He's a bit of a fiddler at the table, but boy, you can get the rock moving.
How about this? It's a final that revolves around the figure 5. At 2-0, Fedor Gorsh missed the 5, and ever since it's been Carlo Biando who's been in the ascendancy, and now he's won 5 on the trot to move 3 clear. It's still very early days in this race to 15, but Biando, he must be feeling quite confident now.
Yeah, it's early days, but it's the kind of thing we needed to see if this man was going to be beat, because there's been a few matches over the last 2 World Championships here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia where some of Fedor's opponents have collapsed under the pressure.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And really all departments. The touch has been there with the safeties. The decisions have been awesome. Even more importantly, the break shot. That's really what if you're a Carlo fan, that's what you wanted to see the most of. Maybe even a few little chinks in the armor from his opponent, Fedor Gorsh.
Jump shot there, not quite working out for Gorsh. You don't say that too often. We were talking about Biando coming up short in his attempt to defend the title. The same thing happened to Albin Ouschen, won in 2021, lost in the final the following year to Shane Van Boening. It is tough to double up.
Has he dressed up okay? I think it may have, you know.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, he's a little thin on the 2, I think, but 3's near. And again, I just love the spreads he's getting at, you know, not soft by any means, but a bit lighter than Fedor. Pink 4 is a little tight by the 9. Purple 5 is pretty close quarters though, so.
Our commentary position is well away from the table, just as well, because I think if Carlo Biando heard me say this, he might go weak at the knees. The first prize here is 14.3 million Philippine pesos. 14.3 million.
I'll tell you, that opening shot, a lot of people don't realize that was all about wanting to get on the 3 to get on the 4. That's why he moved the rock all the way around the table. Didn't see the pattern he wanted from just kind of cinching the 2 ball. Now here, pay attention to the pocket a little bit. I don't think he has but the upper half.
tells you a story, because look at where the cue ball's landed. Very easy to underdo it, and that's ends up running it a little bit. The kitchen is landed absolutely spot on.
Yeah, well, you'll have, we got 128 players in this field, and they're all great players, but the difference between the ones that win is a lot of them can start matches like this and really start to feeling good, but these type of guys that win the events, once they start like this, they usually don't falter too much.
Yeah, been done that mentality.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of heat on the goats here early.
Carlo Biado wins the exact.
It is 6 on the trot for Carlo Biado, the man who began playing the game of pool at the age of 13. He was a caddy at an air base in his native Philippines. He caddied bags in the day and then potted balls at night. And now, 28 years later, well, he's edging towards what would be his second World 9-ball title. And of course, he is last year's World 10-ball champion. What a competitor.
I'm kind of curious. Is that 2 breaking runs right there in a row?
You're saying you're chasing the $10,000.
Oh, there were jumps involved in the last rack. That's right. And then he got the 3 in the side.
Yeah, he won the 7th after a safety battle and then broken ran there. Robbie Capito can breathe a little easier. Basically, there's a break and run out bonus here of $10,000 US for the most consecutive break and run outs during the championship. Right now, top of the table, feeling good about his chances. Hong Kong's Robbie Capito, who had 5 consecutive break and run outs on the very first evening of competition.
Yeah, it's what we call a package, so
Back 9. Carlo Biado the break. I think 6 racks to 2.
And we did say that might be the number, Jeremy, 5. We kind of felt that was the case last year. It was Eklund Katche who ran a 5-pack. It's tough to go bigger, isn't it?
Yeah, especially, you're trying to win this tournament, so you got to make probably some on-the-fence decisions. Ooh, this is a much different looking rack. The 9 moved quite a bit. The 1 hit a mile low. Yeah, let's get another look. Got a little kiss. I think he took a hair speed off compared to the others.
Yeah, I was looking at the cue ball. He actually come off the side and straight into the 9. And it went low, so it seemed to be that it hit a little thicker, which would mean the 1 goes higher, but it didn't. It went lower, so maybe it is a speed thing.
Oh, big shot after not getting much or many offensive looks. Phil Gorst will bury this.
Yeah, just cue this one in. Is he slightly jacking down, or is that just fooled me a little?
No, he's going to pop it.
Well, this is what can happen. It doesn't matter whether you're Fed or Gorst. If you put your opponent under a little bit of pressure, them pots, them shots become a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, a little on the 50 here on the safety. Initially, I thought it would be, bang the 1 around and pull the cue ball behind the 3, 4, 8, and 9. But now I think he may edge this on the cue ball. He played it with a high ball. I don't know if he's going to get the snooker he wants. If he doesn't, well, he did. Know that was going to get there.
Just thinking about the break and runs, just to put some perspective on it, I think Chua was second with 4-pack, and then everyone else is 2s and 3s. They're the most common number.
So put a couple 2s together in a match with safety in between. So nice hit there, but it's going to knock for a shot. Not an easy one. There is some angle. Right on so far.
And again, Gorst cannot disguise his frustration.
Yeah, there's some trouble in this rack. But get on the 3 correctly. Making this 1 and 2, you can take care of some little issues.
It was absolutely nice angle.
Yeah, I thought it had a little thinner, like you maybe had to go to the bottom cushion, or the top cushion rather. But I like the pace he's hitting everything too. He's not dribbling it to the hole. He's going to come out a little bit. Got to kill the cue ball, take the pink in the upper left after he deposits the red 3.
It looks like the cue ball just ran a little further than he initially wanted. Yeah, so now he's going to come over the other side. Which may have been the plan all along, to be fair.
Yeah, without a doubt. If you get really good on the 3, you may fall hair behind the pink and just draw over for the purple in the lower left. Just pay attention. You don't really need much draw. Just come across.
He's keeping the heat on his opponent. That's all he's doing.
Fell a little flatter than he wanted here, though. Me personally, on the slick table, I kind of like the stun straight up the table myself, especially he's playing so well. Just get to the center, he can handle the 6. He's drawing it.
He's drawing it. He's looking. He's watch the scratch here. The scratch is on.
Boy, but he's stroking the ball. He's opening up the pocket the way he's hitting the ball.
It's just beautiful. Perfect. Fouls, so the shirt, and he picks the clothing, and that hits the ball.
Now he's on top. There is no dispute about that. It's all about sustaining concentration. This is a very lengthy match. It's a marathon. And just as the match is swung away from Gorst, it could swing away from Biardo. While things are going well, keep them going well.
Yeah, you could see there what I was talking about the cue action. He wiggles his finger. He's on
The Filipino has got great support in the crowd here. They're on the front row. The VIPs who have made all of this phenomenal championship possible have arrived, and what a spectacle it is for them. What a spectacle at the Green Halls in Jeddah in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the final of the World 9-Ball Pool Championship. The way it started off, we were wondering whether Fedor Gorst would complete a runaway. Okay, he was only 2-0 up, but he was looking so good. Now there, chatting with Emily Fraser, His Excellency Mr. Badr Al-Qadi, the Vice Minister of Sport. Got a front row look at the action.
Carlo Biada the break, leading 7 racks to 2.
And the man who is controlling the exchanges right now hails from the Philippines. Carlo Biada. Far too experienced though to think any complacent thoughts. So Carl Boys has vacated the commentary box to be replaced by the one and only Scott Frost.
Thank you all for allowing me to work with you. Sort of slight exhibition from Yano, JJ.
Yeah, really, firing on all cylinders per se. And I was curious about this break because he did have a dry one in the last, the only one he's had. Really, the balls didn't open quite as much. You can see the spreads he's getting, and it's just played beautifully. Really. Commentator's curves. I was just going to say, really only one mistake. Early, he banked at a 2-ball. They hung.
Is this also maybe kind of like a casino where you're shooting dice and they bring a new dealer in? Well, here I am.
A new shoe.
That too.
Oh, look at this though. It shouldn't really cost him. We'll see how he manages because there's not a whole lot of trouble on the bottom end and the pink is near, but just that shot there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's had a lot of time off though, right? I don't know what that does to you at this stage of the game.
Yeah, watch out for the 9. This could get flicked towards that lower left corner.
So let's do the maths here as, again, things don't quite work out. From here, Gorst has to win 13 of the next 20 racks. Of course, that's well within his capabilities. It's asking a lot.
Yeah, it sure is. JJ, is there any value at softly going at the 9 here with like a low outside ball,
Extension
maybe
call.
sending the pink up behind the 5 and 6? Is it just, you can't hold the pink, but you might get lucky? Is there any value?
Yeah, of course. It's a winning shot, right? It's just like trying to, if you're on the fence with a safety, but I think he buries him behind the 9 here.
Nothing wrong with that. He is close enough. He tried to play it.
Yeah, and he's going to need a little roll, and I tell you, he's left a guy that has hit every shot really well, besides this last 2 ball. Left him a look. 7, just a hair. Really forced to shoot here, though.
Yeah, 7. It's really everything here unless he pitches the right side.
How much of a look he's going to get. He's close cueing, but what that does with that pink 4 right there, that makes him forget about the 2 ball just a moment ago. Because that one there, it gets him back on track, what he's been doing the entire match.
He's going to be glued up here, I believe.
You got to get enough speed. You know, this isn't your club table where the rails are real bouncy. This type of shot you can underhit pretty easily. You might just play the purple. Here, I don't think. Maybe it will.
For this guy, every available opportunity.
Well, again, he's got to get up quickly with distance, so this 5 isn't going to have a lot of speed. So this maybe make the 9 or give up the 9.
Yeah, it's like literally do or die. Sold it out.
Yeah, and that all starts with the first shot on the 2 ball, doesn't it, Scott? I mean, really easy position on the red 3. Had to go into the 9, got on top of the 4, and then things became troublesome. Carlo watched him with the bridge quite often. Carl always talks about technique with the bridge, of course, being English and all the great snooker players, but very, very good with the bridge.
Yeah, he doesn't look good, but he is good.
Yeah. Yeah, I see Bustamante, of course, one of the greats from the Philippines. He's unreal with the bridge. And it's the most awkward you've ever seen, really.
He's such a straight shooter, this Beato. I've always felt like Aguilar was probably up there with the best with the bridge as well. Snooker background also.
Oh, yeah, he has more of a proper technique and spent a lot of time doing it, playing on the 6x12 in Canada. A lot of pull. So again, easy to leave that mistake behind on the blue 2. On this rack, get on to doing what you've been doing.
You can hear one woman's voice every time he pots a crucial ball. She says yes. There's no doubt he's on the side of Carlo Biado, and it's a good side to be on. This is extraordinary. How many times does Fedor Gorsh lose 8 racks in succession? Well, he has done this evening. Another interested spectator, the Deputy Minister of Sport Events, Mr. Khalid Al-Mawad. And let me tell you, this arena and that front row, what a view you have of all of the proceedings. And of course, this isn't the only big Q Sports event to come to Saudi Arabia this summer. The snooker will also be here in a few weeks' time. The General Manager of Sports Events, Najla Al Saud, also enjoying the action. Okay, here's a question. Gorsh has won pretty much everything. He won the World Masters, the US Open, and this last year alone. Is he now panicking?
I don't know if that word really comes into Gorsh's mind, really. I mean, there is something going on there. There is a hair of doubt, maybe. That's more of the one that I think creeps in. I mean, the panic is just like the score's the score, and you know, I've made enough mistakes and he's played great to let it get there. But the thing is, he'll get an opportunity, you figure. But again, is there any doubt that comes with it?
Yeah, just to touch on that as well, JJ and Phil. Game number 3, I still go back to it. I was out there in the arena or sitting outside it. He misses the 5, but I didn't really look at how he missed the 5. I more looked at himself and his reaction. Really kind kind of stunning. He was just very hard on himself, or harder than you typically see him. He doesn't give off much, Fedor. So just wonder if that had anything to do with him going forward. But this guy's played pretty perfect.
Yeah, he chipped two, put it behind them balls like that. Just get the snooker and play on. That's a smart play, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's forced here, I believe, to go two, get around the 6-1 round.
Oh, I think you can, yeah. Because the thing is, on this shot, Scott, you don't have to hit the two dead full. You can hit 2/3 of it and the cue ball go up into the 6-9, you know. And you don't have to hit it with a lot of speed either.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That's one key with the kick and stick. And this ball's still close enough where you can hold.
I think he's a favorite to get the snooker. I like the speed. Oh, my.
About straight. Scored
It
in.
was maybe a bit thinner, but maybe he overhit it a little.
Yeah, and I don't like hitting as much high with that when I really need. I like more of the equator. That way I get the maximum out of that left English, and especially on the slick table.
Yeah, almost where the cue ball was there, JJ, so close to the rail. It's kind of like you're digging at it just a bit.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. You may even swerve it a hair if you feel comfortable from distance. But now there are some course fans out there panicking, Phil. That's for sure. I mean, but he's a true professional, and I was going to say, you may not be happy with that. You want to be able to follow straight through without bumping the pink. That way you can cut the 4 and come across for the 6. You may still be able to do that. He goes through the ball as well as anyone, I think. He really holds the line. Yeah, I like that.
One of those instances where he gave Gorst maybe false hope by looking as though he was disappointed, and then pulled the shot off with absolute ease.
Yeah, as Carl calls it, he was nothing.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, almost all of us do that a hair. Some do it a little more severely and a little more often, and maybe a little more on purpose, I think. I think it's just kind of a natural reaction overall. Could bump the 9 a hair. Yeah, I was going to say, maybe bump the 9 over a little bit. That's a little bit of a choice, whether you want to take a little thinner 8 drawn up the table or a little more distance. He is getting on with it as well.
Yeah, he's up for it, no doubt.
Yeah, not letting anything really creep in negatively with the pace of play we've seen here from Carlo.
Yeah, for him tonight, 30 seconds is not an imposition. Make it 9 in succession for Carlo Biado. This is now a one-sided final. We thought it might be the other way around. As Mr. Naya Al-Jouani, chairman of the Saudi Billiards and Snooker Federation, watches on. He knows the sport. He will be perhaps surprised at the fact that the defending champion right now is being trounced. Yeah, the Filipino flag, the Marboys flag, flying high. He's not there yet, but he is just 6 racks away from regaining that world crown he originally captured 8 years ago. And flying the Filipino flag is young AJ Manis.
Yeah, he hopes one day for Carlo to be returning the favor, and he's out in this position. But at the moment in this match, it's all Carlo Biado, as deservingly it should be, really. After that mistake you said in the 3rd game, Scott, there were 2 or 3 tactical ones that got away as well for Fedor Gorst. You know, after he missed position, looked like he got a little frustrated, maybe a hair rushed, and then gave up some shots and looks at Carlo and he buried him.
Let's not forget this. Last year, when he won the title, he did face, in one match, a 7-rack deficit. 7-0 down to Amir Ali of Iraq, who performed so well this time around. He came back to win that 11-9, but that was in the last 64. The pressure here, of course, much more ramped up.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying you can't do it, but this stage a little bit different. He definitely make history.
Well, the other thing, he's got a guy that I don't really feel like it's going to be a lot of gifts. you said in the thing about Amir the other day, that maybe Amir gave a few away with that big lead. And speaking of Amir, news I've heard is good chance he's going to become a full-time WNT pro.
Well, let's hope so. The man who got to the quarterfinals this time around, beating Anton Raga brilliantly.
Now he's going to go to the upper corner. This will have a little thump on it. I'd say just don't blast it too much. He's rolling. Okay.
Yeah, to your point though, JJ, one of his fortes is that little thump. And he slightly elevates. I don't know if there's anybody better than Can't fault him for rolling this stuff. Especially if he's feeling good. He's feeling good.
It's going to be a little wide. Gotta get away with it somewhat. And I think, you know, not thumping it was more about getting a little closer to the 3 to get to the 4, which is back down on the bottom. But just like Carlo we talked about, he has to come with some big shots to overcome a Fedor Gorst. Same thing for Mr. Gorst himself. Gotta make a nice rail first here to get something started.
Yeah, I think he's one of the best. Shane Van Boening, obviously, with the rail first shot as well. But Gorst, I don't know in this situation. How's he going to handle the deficit? This is kind of unfamiliar territory for Gorst in a final.
Yeah, and this is natural though. So this is all about pocketing the ball. The speed could be a little off, but he should gain shape. He actually hit it a hair thick, and a reigning world champion just can't get anything going.
No, that means possibly left a look. The 5 had the 2 covered up.
I don't know if he has a pocket. I don't know if he can get to that side of it. Now, since he's addressing it, I think he can.
Yeah, you'd expect to catch a piece to green 6. A little bit as he peered up to the clock. Crashing into the green 6 again.
Gorst is suffering from a chronic shortage of quality table time. Even when he comes to the table, it's always awkward.
And don't think that doesn't play a major role in the future. And this is off. Not intended to get behind the paint there, the 3.
And he's left him really natural. It's touchy, but to drop the cue ball behind the purple. Now here, don't worry about the 3 coming all the way up, right? Just play the natural to drop behind the purple 5. Coming a hair off the left side of the red 3. Played a similar shot in the semifinals. Pretty much to perfection. Right?
I think he was trying to tuck behind the 4.
I thought the 5 was like a hanger to get behind.
Maybe a little thin. It looked good to me as well. What Jen was talking about was just allowing the 3 to get up somewhere middle table. Don't try to get it all the way down. That's how you get him behind the 5. Maybe just a bit thin. I don't know.
Does he have to cut at this? I mean, there's almost as much value going for the cut, bringing the cue ball back towards the pink 4. Oh no, this is way too big to cut.
Oh, that's clever. That's clever. And he needs something like that to get himself going. But what he really needs is a shot after this. Not just a shot, like Phil just said. He needs a look, and a good one.
All right, he's got options here. If he can kick behind those two rails and run the cue ball down the rail towards some congestion.
Well, Gorst has his wish. Can he bring some of that magic to bear and launch a fight back?
Playing this with a little inside off the 6. Now, what's the 6 gonna do? Is
Yeah,
the 6 gonna,
exactly.
is it gonna go into the 8, kind of replace something that he doesn't, figure to happen? Oh, he got away from it, so that was nice. Went right between the 8 and the pink 4.
Does he have to go up and down, or can he hold?
Boy, you sure want to hold if you can, but up and down is what he may have to do.
He's stretching.
He's going to have to float this, Scott. I mean, he's a little off the rail. Do you play the 6 up long, or do you go ahead and work the ball back and forth?
Yeah, he's looking like he wants to pound back and forth. It's definitely not gotten any easier. That shot's easy to pinch a little bit, but floating it takes a ton of heart.
Yeah, watch out for the 9. I don't think the side pockets are a problem. Catches the hair heavy. Yeah, good stuff.
He made it look easy, that shot. Full of technique. Go up the 9 again. Really doesn't matter where he gets on the ground either.
Mathematically not a must-win rack, but in reality, especially with the opportunity he's got, I think it is.
Yeah, he wants to get to that break. That's the one that's going to bring him back. I don't think it's going to be Carlo that brings him back. I think it's going to be the break shot. Going back and forth here.
You know, you hear the beeps every time he's down on the ball. He's patterning his game off of those buzzers. It's not an accident. It's not a coincidence.
Are we about to see the seeds of a remarkable turnaround?
Fedor Gorst wins the 12th
We'll
rack.
find out, at the very least, the rot is stopped. 9 consecutive racks for Carlo Biardo, but now Gorst could be on the comeback trail. What a final here at the Green Halls in Jeddah. Although not the scoreline many expected, Carlo Biardo has been superb thus far. 9-3 ahead. It was 9-2. Now, last year when he captured the title, Fedor Gorsh was behind in the final, but it was 14-13, a very different proposition. He won the last couple of racks to snatch the verdict.
There's the one. So the two open up here. I know Jeremy talks about it, but the speed at which the one travels in. Not so underrated on the break shot anymore. Definitely up there. The best of them. I think if he gets out to the center, he can twist the three in. The problem is the pink four can't do anything with the cue ball, with the outside ball. Yes. Objective number one is burying the blue two.
Knowledgeable members of the crowd applauding that one.
Yeah.
These middle pockets have to be so accurate.
This is close here. I'm not sure what kind of camera angle we can get on that, but can he put much speed on this, or does he have to ease it in, Scott, with a little bit of throw?
Yeah, that's what I was just touching on, JJ. I agree. I think if you can turn this three in, well, the other problem is, where does the 9 go, number one, if you make a good hit? And number two, the pink is some distance down here. You're not going to get much speed on it, like JJ just said.
I think he feels like he can draw off of it. Maybe get a kiss off the 9 coming back.
Good call, JJ.
Is he going to get a pocket? I think he is.
Well, he made a great shot.
Yeah, it seems like he settled the stroke, that's for sure. Still got work. 6 doesn't pass the 7. It does pass the 9 to the lower left.
Yeah, is he a little off?
Just a hair, I think. That's enough. Yeah, it's got an odd.
Cue ball there for sure. He's going to play short side green 6 to the lower left. That's not going to happen.
The good thing is he didn't, he fell short enough to where he can get to that combination. Easy when you fall short to land where you're kind of drawing on top of the 6. Or even cueing more awkwardly. Big ball here.
Pretty clean, JJ.
Yeah, kind of squeezed it home. Really good stroke. Yeah, I wonder if the 6 is going to get away just a little bit. Hard to tell.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, are you talking about the 6 maybe going up a little as the cue ball comes down?
Yeah, exactly. And they draw back out. Followed, yeah, just to create movement with the 6 ball. It's okay, you got the cue ball off the rail. I think that was a big part of that plan because he couldn't totally determine where the 6 was going to land on the 50, but he doesn't like his chances.
You see the cue pointing 1, 2, 3. It's elevating pretty heavy here, though.
Into the 9. Well, it didn't have to turn out this good, but he'll take it.
Yeah, a little gamble there.
Yeah, can he not check the cue ball? He's looking like he's going to run it. Pull it 2 rails, maybe.
Check this.
hitting dead center on a lot of these. But putting it together.
Cutting back into a blind pocket. No issue though for Fedor Gorst. There's no exorcising the ghost. He's still very much in this. The deficit now 9-4, and Carlo Biardo knows that, yes, he's won 9 racks in succession. So could Fedor Gorst. That's the player he is. Now, one of the highlights on the World 9-Ball Tour each year is the Hanoi Open in the Vietnamese capital. The interest in pool in that city defies belief. The crowds turn out in their thousands, literally. Huge queues for autographs outside the venue. And it all takes place from the 7th to the 12th of October this year. Hanoi Open. I think the atmosphere there is second to none.
Yeah, I agree, Phil. I mean, last year we had about 3,000 in the stands, just like the year before. Another 500 or 600 outside, waiting for autographs or pictures or any kind of moment they could get with these great players. What's so impressive is not only the pool rooms around Hanoi and how vast they are, but how young the crowd is.
And there is also a connection with the man in your picture right now, because Fedor Gorst in Vietnam is wildly popular.
Thank you. Fedor Gorst to break, trailing 9 racks to 4.
Yeah, I'd like to repeat. Good on the break shot last game.
Doesn't want the 2 to fall. And can he go forward? Can he avoid the point? And you think about it, right? I mean, with Vietnam, it's got to be one of the top sportsmen in Vietnam that's not Vietnamese. I mean, I'm not sure what sport they like the most. Maybe soccer, football, maybe.
One night, the inaugural Hanoi Open was on. Popped out to the arena because I wasn't commentating. And there were 2 tables set up. One where Fedor Gorst was signing autographs, the other where Jason Shaw was doing the same. And the queue was right down the road, literally farther than I could see.
Yeah, JJ, you got a lot out of that. Coming down around through the 9 and pink 4.
Yeah, now one of his bread and butter shots really stung 2 cushions. Hard to go wrong, really. No scratch really available. Besides a miss, I really don't see anything. Maybe besides catching the purple and slippering somehow. Decided to go long. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, maybe just concerned that the cue ball was going to open up off that second rail. Coming tight. Kind of surprised me as well.
And if you look at it from this angle, the 7's a little more in play than it looks at from this camera angle, I think. So definitely the right decision.
I think we talked a little bit about it during the intro before the final started. I kind of felt like the race to 15 favored Federer a little bit because of the rough patches at times.
Yeah, and, he just seems to always show you, usually, he's going to put a little something together during every set he plays. And the race to 15 really allows the comfort to do so, and maybe you put a couple little sessions together, maybe ice a match or get you back in it.
Breaking runouts for Gorst in this match have been a rarity. This one is timely, if it transpires.
I don't think it's a problem, but he did overrun this just a touch. It's one of the best going forward.
He was hoping it would settle because of the stretch, not so much of the angle, falling straight, a little angle this way or that way. Just leaning. Anytime you're going from cross corner there, that's the longest stretch on the pool table.
Extension call.
This is something, of course, is great at managing the shot clock, managing the extension. Folds out. Don't really see him use it very often early in a rack.
Well, just to put a figure on it, this is Gorst's first break and run out since rack 2.
Fedor Gorst wins the 14th rack.
It is a landslide no more. Respectability has been restored to the scoreline. But of course, Gorst, far from satisfied. He knows a big job of work is still to be completed. The other thing as well, Carlo Biardo, 41 years of age, he's been playing top-level competitive pool for so many years now. Okay, he doesn't want to see Gorst come back, but there's no way that he will be concerned at the moment. That 4-rack advantage, still substantial.
Yeah, how can you ignore 4-rack advantage in this format? Very substantial.
Plenty have showed up for this final, and I think the semifinal had a few more in the room than what the views let on, but so much on offer. VIP rooms, something I'm sure a lot of the fans were in there. First class, really.
One of the great Q Sports atmospheres I've sampled was here in Saudi Arabia for the first Golden Ball event in snooker when Ronnie O'Sullivan captured the title.
Fedor Gorst to break.
He has 70 fans here and the atmosphere was electric.
They just got such great smiles. I'm jealous.
Oh, Josh one there. Two's going to be nearing the side. Is it going to go in? No, it's not. So there we go. Fedor Gorst.
He'd like to come all the way past the 7 and 9, maybe.
Oh yeah, he's going to draw to the end rail, maybe even with a hair right spin, kind of spin towards the 3. He needs just a little bit of it, really, the right, along with the draw.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little tricky, just because the 3 definitely doesn't play the upper left. So the only pocket would be the left middle, JJ.
Yeah, I like it. Be aggressive, bouncing off this bottom cushion. I mean, you could play the triple on the 3-5-8, a triple combination, but this seems okay to me.
Yeah, I think it's just a little steeper than we think. He might end up a little thin on the 3, which is okay.
He doesn't want to be on the rail shooting this ball. That's the one he wants to avoid. It did just stop.
This is a real knee knocker. Stillness of upper body, a prerequisite.
Now, I just mentioned that he uses extensions wisely well, and typically later he also uses them when he needs it. This is important.
Yeah, does he need to elevate just a hair, or does he follow through, or is there enough angle there to just kind of medium roll this ball? Yeah, he's elevating just a little. This is one that could bobble.
Well, JJ, I actually thought the elevation would keep him from connecting with the 4.
Yeah, well, if you notice, he caught the 3 a little thick, so he pushed through a little more on the 3. Don't think he was trying to go into the pink. Could be wrong there.
Big deep breath. Or exhale, of course. Stay away from little kisses here, JJ, with an outside ball. Just chipping the 8 in.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a good thing about being close to it. You should be able to control that object ball, the 5 that you're making this combination with. But he's acting like this 8's a little more on the rail. Not on the rail, but a little more of a cut. So he may play it just to come across.
And still using outside ball to hurt the 8.
We always talk about these matches having 2 halves, it seems.
But of course, he's starting to get a bit more comfortable.
The race to 15 is a true test, as it should be in a World Championship final. The gap is closing. The ghost becoming a little more scary.
Fedor Gorst wins the 15th lap.
In the doldrums when he trailed 9-2. Now in contention as he trails only 9-6. What a final brewing here in Jeddah.
Okay. Okay, here we are. The Whirlpool Championships 2025. This is the final. Make some noise! Yes! Okay, we've got some giveaways, but it's gonna go to the loudest side. So this side, make some noise! That wasn't bad, but the t-shirt didn't quite make it. This side, make some noise! Again, it didn't quite make it, but we're gonna work on that. Can you all come a little bit closer, please? Okay, which side now is the loudest? Is it this side? It's okay. Is it this side? Is it you guys? It's not quite you guys. Okay, we're gonna do that one more time. Is it this side? is it this side? There's our winner. Let's go. Does it make it? Someone dived on it, and they've got it. Give them a big round of applause for diving on that top. Well done. We've got more giveaways coming up in the next break. Thank you.
It was 9 racks in succession for Carlo Biardo. Now it's 4 on the trot for Fedor Gorst. These are the vital statistics. Gentlemen, anything catch your eye? The long pot success of Carlo Biardo catches mine.
Yeah, the pot success is just on the money, right? 94% Gorst, 95% Biardo, and then JJ breaking runs.
Yeah,
Actually, 4 for Gorst versus 2 for Biardo, and it almost seems the opposite.
Yeah, well, it was how he started and now how he's finished here in these last few racks. But the 5 safety errors, that's what really got it going for Carlo. 5 safety errors
Fedor Gorst, the break.
Gorst, only
29
took
racks
1
to
for
6.
Carlo Biardo. Oh, he's missed the 1.
Sure is high.
It's going to open up as well. So now, you know, Carlos sat down for a little while. He's watched Gorst do his thing for a few racks. Got an open shot. Is he going to feel pressure thinking, I really need to get out here? He's played beautifully.
I'll tell you what, it's a pretty good start. The 2's in a great spot, along with the 3, really.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just come right between the 5 and 6, 1 cushion. Keep it simple. You can handle distance. Little off angle here.
Yeah, I'd like to have been more towards the center, just, you know, foot right would have been ideal.
Yeah, you wonder on that shot there, and that's because the spin, he didn't want to roll it or kind of check it and take a little more distance on the 3. Therefore, it got away.
I also feel like it's a big part of how he played the war, right? To really get more towards the center. So now he tries to pinch the 2.
Yeah, just what happens is that slick table just doesn't quite throw the ball as much as you would think sometimes. I really didn't mind him kind of rolling that with a hair left and taking the 3, because he could shoot the 4 from where the 3 was at. No problem.
But look, he tried to split the gap between the 3 and 9, up and down, and flushed into the 3.
I didn't mind running into the 3, but I thought he would ease it. You know, just the right side rail's so open, just kind of take what it gives you there.
He wasn't playing the 3 that speed.
Oh, no, for sure.
Yeah,
he was going up and down. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. The other thing about going up and down, also he could handle distance if he just had a little bounce off that second cushion. Even if he stayed inside the kitchen beyond the headstring, the 3 is pretty much a hanger for him. So the other shots are going to grow, and the value of each one of them will get greater. At the moment, the speed 4 seems like a really big one. Needs a hair outside here, Scott?
Yeah, I think it's natural that direction. It's got to avoid the line clearly. He needs to settle.
Perfect.
One of the best shots of the final for me so far. That he scrambled in off the near jaw, actually held good position to hold that cue ball. Middle of the pocket, that would have drifted on and hit him behind the 7.
Yeah, looking back at Carlos, 2 balls that he missed. Could really handle an angle on the 3. Also, if he wanted to come out, let's say a diamond, he still can pocket the 3 and come across. So I do get it. We just see that ball missed a little more often than we expect, or maybe anyone at home expects. A little bit shy of his mark, but again, the 8-9 so handy.
Yeah, the term a little bit shy of his mark has kind of been the story the last 2 sets for Gorst on this table. He's gotten it done. Still got his work cut out for him.
Gorst breaks the balls. I got it as a dead heat match from here, even though he trails by 2 games. Momentum.
It's amazing how it shifts in matches of this importance. Fedor Gorst digging deep. 5 on the trot now. The missed 2 from Viado hurting. That is Hafs, our DJ for the week. She's been doing stuff just behind us. Our comfort position is directly in front of where she's entertaining the crowd. She's one of Saudi Arabia's leading DJs, and like so many people here this week, it's been a real team effort. She's done a fine job.
Yeah, she sure has, Philip. She's had you moving the left leg a time or 2.
Well, yeah, one at a time.
Look at that smile.
Well, on the move is Fedor Gorst. It looked as though we might have an early night, but just before he got to double digits, Carlo Biardo stalled, and the missed 2 ball in the last rack will have increased
70.
the doubts
Fedor
in his
Gorst to
mind.
break, setting 9 racks to 7.
That cue ball was getting lost there. That was definitely going cross side, I believe. So he caught it a little thick, right? When you're catching that one rail and it's going towards the side without the kiss, that means you caught the one a little thick. Explains the miss. Watch the cue ball here. Yeah, it started to bend right towards that side. Sometimes those kisses are really penal. I think there it was a bit of a savior. Gonna float the one pass up the table. Oh, it's a little light, it looks like. Didn't expect that with the 6, 8, and 3. So, such a big area to get behind.
That was extremely light. He's got options here. He could take the one on before he's got a big one. So good at rolling the cue ball as well, JJ. Great for level 2.
Yeah,
the 2 is that it's tough to play 1.
Yeah, I think if he didn't have that option, I think he goes at the 1, but with the safety there, I think he's got to play that. I was thinking he might cut this and come on him, just because you don't really have to roll it as much, right? You could put a hair more speed, play the cut. So a few little things for Carlo have slipped away, and if you think about it, it's been 3 2 balls. It's been a bank early on the 2, the kill shot on the 2 also, and then was it the 2 in the last game?
It was the 2 in the last game. Yeah, where he tried to pinch and hold, came too far up the one. Forced another look. Has to wait till the cue ball stops.
So does the shot clock. Can't start until those revolutions have ended.
Awkward stretch. Probably needs to throw this in with a hair right spin. I don't think there's a clean path to go up and down the table.
No, it's believable. He just twists this in.
Well, he could kind of go at the two a little. This is pretty thin. Got a real clear left side. He may end up underneath the two and play it short side to the lower left corner.
The stretch might dictate how hard he decides to hit this.
And put it nicely.
Lady we've just seen is definitely Carlo Biardo fan. Here a lot this week.
Seeing the stroke starting to get a little bit more fluid. Sense a little weakness from his opponent. Realize that he's human. I think that's the beauty, JJ, of the race to 15.
Yeah, we talked about it when it changed from races to 9 to race 11. You know, 4-1, 5-1. You don't tend to get the panic feeling near as much or the worry feeling as much. And here's the same in this race to 15. I mean, until they get to double digits, you know what I mean? You feel like you're definitely still in the match. Gonna draw this just a hint.
Yeah, actually pretty clever. And it's where the cue was nice, it's comfortable. Didn't have to end up real close to 5.
Now, of course, the only concern, stay off the rail with the cue ball as you come 2 cushions, maybe 3. Can handle a lot. The 7 fairly open.
Well, how big is the 9 here? We'll quick drop down on him.
Yeah, you went long, so the speed's got to be perfect when you come at this angle.
Yeah, that's why he went long, though. I think he was concerned coming 2 rails tight again, just like earlier.
Yeah, I thought that one, though, he could just add a little right and come between the 8-9 pretty easily. I don't think he'll shoot at the side pocket. I don't think so, anyways. Can't get position, right? Now, do you just kind of double bank it or just float it? Is that enough? It is. It held up. So we'll see. Maybe it's something tactical that gets Carlo feeling a little better at the moment. I was a little surprised at the position play from Gorse there. Or the choice.
Wow, 2 matches ago, maybe 3 versus Jeffrey Rhoda. He played that outside ball 2 ways. Really lengthened out on the top right corner. Remember, Jeremy? And it should have scratched. And after the match, he told me, he said, it kind of jarred me on that shot. I wonder if that's got anything to do with his decisions the last 2 times he's really had that play.
Yeah, maybe. And got the cue ball on the rail, kind of a soft safety, just something containing here from Carlo. Cross side bank, not on offer. So does he bring the 6 underneath the 9, go up behind the 8? Or is he playing it the opposite way, double banking the 6? Bit of a look. come and put the 6 out in space here, just above the head string on the right, and try and come 3 rails and just put him on the in rail and make him come with a shot.
Extension cool.
He can see the 6. I believe, anyways. You know what I mean? Left spin, come off the left side of the 6, kind of put it out. Oh, you don't want to put it, you know, put it up a little bit above the head string and swing the cue ball all the way down to the bottom. Is he going for the bank?
Yeah, he looks like he's gearing up. I don't think
he's going for the bank.
I didn't think to that pocket he would go.
He's going to get a roll maybe here. Maybe not. And really, I don't mind the shot overall from where he was.
This is the scrappiest rack we've seen, and so often, even in high-quality matches, the disjointed staccato kind of racks psychologically are the most crucial.
Cross this, or can he just play it to the upper left and get some type of look on the 7? That's interesting to me. I thought he could cross it over behind the 8-9, kind of like you're chipping it to the top rail, and just bring the cue ball 1 rail back down.
Yeah, maybe double bank it, right?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, double bank it to the top rail and just bring the cue ball down.
He didn't shove the cue ball there. He really wanted to go much more forward. Now, should be able to hold the 6 and get him behind the 8 and 9. This is pretty routine. It's come too tight. He's going to need a little bit of a roll, and he got it.
Overlooked one there, and he rarely does that. I understand what he was trying to do, but punching that cue ball all the way over the 3 rail ball down to the 4th rail is a lot of work.
And how many in the entire event jump at this to cut it in versus the kick? That tells you that the difference physically and mentally with the jump is better forced.
No way.
Get away with this. They get away with this. Other things have changed.
One of those racks.
You have to shoot behind his back here, what the Filipinos will do time to time. Hedge the 6.
I don't mind that at all. Worth going behind the back, and that's what he's looking at. I want to make sure to catch this thin, though.
Boy, he might go inside spin. That's got a little too heavy.
Not only that, he's opened the 7 up to a good position. I think you've got to consider chopping at this at least. You do have the 8 and 9 you can use.
Yeah, I think he'll 2-rail the 6 to the bottom and just kind of use the 8 as much as he can. Maybe 1 rail at the 8.
Agreed. The 6 a little thin here.
Now, the slick table allows you to play that type of shot more to where you can hit a high ball and use a bit more of a hydraulic. You go for that bank back underneath him again.
It's real close to the bottom rail, though.
You don't have one.
This is tricky.
Diano asked for his extension there, but he'd already taken it.
He could jelly behind the 9 right here. Cut it thin, I think. This is going to sell out a shot unless it gets to that end rail. Not bad.
He's got a 8 here. Get nice and tight up and behind this 8. Oftentimes.
Good control.
Very good. The wherewithal for the 9 of that as well. High percentage.
Yeah, I was about to say, I like the right side rail myself. Trying to kick underneath this. Could fluke it in the side, maybe get it up table.
Biardo is the first to blink after that safety battle on the green 6. Is the resurgence of Gorst going to continue?
I wish we had a percentage on these scrappy games for Gorst. How many of them he ends up winning overall throughout the tournament? Massive. It's like 5 turnovers in a basketball game. It's really going to show up.
Oh, slam dunk. This could be 9-2 down. Almost in disarray. His title defense teetering on the brink. How? 2 balls being only 9-8 adrift. And he's not missing this. What a champion, what a fighter. Simply refusing to relinquish this oh so prestigious and lucrative title. Carlo Biardo was in total command. Now he leads by just a single rack. Will Carlo Biardo go to the Philippines Open in late October as the world champion? Well, there must be big question marks now. What a tournament that promises to be. It is the inaugural event. 256 player field. The venue is the Gateway Mall in Quezon City. And that's just after the Reyes Cup, when Asia will take on the rest of the world. The Philippines is one of the great hotbeds of 9-ball pool, and I can't think of a more appropriate place to have a major World 9-ball Tour ranking event than there.
Maybe talk about the Philippines. I believe it was 18 at the end of the entries here for this event. Started out with 17, then they had a late entry. 18 players from the Philippines.
Yeah, 10 made the last 32, 7 made the last 16, 3 were into the quarterfinals, and Biardo is
of course
now
to break. Running 9 racks
represents
to
them
8.
with distinction, although things aren't going well for him at this precise moment. Who would have thought when he was 9-2 adrift that Fedor Gorst would be breaking here to draw level?
He's going to get a look again. It's not going to be easy. That 2 did get past the side. And those last 2 games, I believe, were dry breaks from Federer also, with Carlo having a chance in both to get the ball rolling, per se.
That's absolutely correct. The first dry break was run with high, the second time it low, just low. Because you have to take this on. The Gorst is feeling good, Jeremy. As well as I do. This is really what you would call his bread and butter.
Yeah, he levels out from distance with the best of them. What he was thinking, I think, is I see my man right here in front of me struggling at the moment. Is there something tactical, a push out that maybe I can kind of further the game and see him battle, try and battle for that shot rather than taking on something that's like 70-30. I think he's a big favorite to make it around that price, 75-25. But I think he's supposed to go.
Well, I think he is considering. That's why he's taking the extension. Not only is it a difficult shot, but I think he's considering what you just touched on. I don't see where he can go. If the push out is available down low, maybe. Nothing changes. Now. You just kind of give that 70% to Biardo, maybe? I mean, the 3's in a good position. If I'm Biardo, I'm going.
Well, I'm definitely not handing it back. I mean, if you see a safety you like, which there's a lot of gaps out there, So I don't know about that. I'd probably say, hey, let's buck up and make a shot. You don't have to hum it. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times these type of shots you think about, oh, let me give me a backdoor safety. If I miss it, put some speed. The pocket's a hair bigger and you can handle distance on the three. Chippy with this? Yeah. I didn't like the speed though.
Foul stroke.
But he
Oh, yeah.
lifted.
Yeah, I like easing that one. Of course, hindsight's 20/20, and we did discuss it prior.
Restart the clock.
Maybe he felt something with him. Biano, we didn't.
Well, I think it was obvious to a lot of us, that yourself included, that Biano's having a bit of struggles at the moment. Now, the ad break is coming next if the score does get tied at 9.
Yes, there is no doubt even the most avid Biano fan would have to agree that he is deteriorating as Gorsh is growing ever stronger.
I mean, we constantly talk about it with Gorst, and over and over last year, how many matches he was trailing, but it's never how you start, it's how you finish. But that seems to be the subject with the man at the table more often than not. And it also seems to be the best finisher in the world right now. Just avoid really the 9 here. Want to get past it.
Nice there. You can push through. You could draw. I'm sure it's going to be a follow stroke. But getting back to that 2-ball, I sure would like to see Carl just kind of smooth it in and take his chances from there. I think he hits it pretty well, to be fair.
Yeah, just take a little longer 3-ball.
Yeah, with the 4 near. I always thought he was going to take the shot once Gorst pushed out. I don't know if Gorst would have, though. I think Gorst may have chipped it. I really do. And why would you give the other man a chance to bury it unless you really are convinced he ain't making this ball at the moment?
Yeah, and I think the push out he led to gave him just a little better angle to chip. You could sense that's what he wanted to do initially.
Just got to maintain stroke there.
Notice the pace around the table, much different than last set. Actually, most confident pace, the shoulders, everything. Tells me a lot right now for Gorst. Shot clock once again. His pattern, his play behind that clock.
Is he considering moving for the side? Just went around and had a look at the 9 on the side. To me, that's surprising. I thought he could just follow out 2 cushions. Just get nice and straight on the 9, or somewhat anyway. I didn't expect that. I really, really didn't. I'm not saying it was wrong. I just didn't expect it.
Talk about less cue ball movement, better, higher percentage. Gorst seems to go kind of away to the sides a lot on bigger pockets. I don't see it as much with him on tighter pockets. So I have to agree.
The Wall final remarkably has been reset. It is 9-9. It might as well be 9-9-9 because alarm bells are ringing for Carlo Biano.
Yes. We're back again. You know what to do. Make some noise. Come on. It's the final. Make some noise. There we go. Okay, we've got more t-shirts to give away, but we brought them a little bit closer to you because they didn't go that far last time. So we're going to start with this side. If you want to win a t-shirt, make some noise. No, that was not loud enough. Try again. 1, 2, 3, make some noise. Okay, fire that t-shirt. Let's go. There we go. Love that. Okay, we're going to come to this side. But you only get it if you're loud. 1, 2, 3, make some noise. He was happy with that. And he went a lot further. We're going to do it one more time, but I want everyone in the arena to make some noise. 1, 2, 3, let's go. World Pool Championship Final. Enjoy.
That is Iraq's Amir Ali, a quarter-finalist here. He played so well against Anton Raga, came close to beating Claudio Cacci in the last 8. He's won so many tournaments in this region. West Asian Championships, of course, Iraqi National Championships. And let's hope that he can get the necessary visas and play an international schedule, because with his cue action, with his potting abilities, I think he could go quite some way. And of course, Amir Ali is well acquainted with the comeback skills of Fedor Gorsh. In last year's World Championship here, in the last 64, Ali led 7-0, but lost 11-9. So the story of this match, Gorsh looked good at 2-0, but then he missed a 5-ball in the third rack, undercut it. That started a 9-rack run for Carlo Biardo. 9-2 it was, more than halfway to the title. But since then, it's been all Gorsh. 7 on the trot, and now he's trying to regain the lead.
9 racks each.
Oh, I thought the cue ball was going to get a nasty kiss. The 2's going to kill somewhat. Don't think it's really anything but a bank offensively, so. Watch the cue ball kiss here. It looked like it was going dead inside. Bam on the 2 ball. I was going to say, it looks like you may be able to get him. What he's doing here exactly, actually. He's traveling all the way to the left rail. And he's going to give him a gap. bit. Carlo maybe has to really run the rock. We'll see if he can control this with that cue ball and the object ball.
Say he's going to do it. He's been known to kick a ball like this. It's in a big ball position. I think you can see it on the right side. So, kick.
You gotta go for length here, I think.
Extension.
Three might actually be the right side. I was just right side. Towards
Is that a hair sign of nerves also still that you don't want to try and feather this? Maybe the 2 play off the 6 and the sign easily where you can draw over.
it's a low right. It's very difficult.
There you can see how the racks have gone. At one point, Biotto was just sailing away. Forget that now. This has been distilled down into best of 11
Extension
rack shootout.
Butter up behind the 6 here, softly.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a bare ball, right? I mean, you do have a little distance from the cue ball to the 2. Really good. Really good. You cut off the left side rail. That was in the 6 and spins. You gotta come to the right side. I would love to go to the left if I'm him, like this.
You can see it there.
Yeah, use a little 9-ball action. Maybe 9 may help you hold the 2 or the cue ball.
Fluke the 9.
It's going to come up. A little fan into the side. It's playable.
Way earlier, it's a little different. So he's got to play tonight. You mentioned something behind it earlier. Probably should have done that. Went for the line, missed it completely. He sold out. This looks thin, like you said.
If you remember, though, that was a crazy game. Carlo made that long 4-ball. Kind of got on top of the 6. That's when they start to exchange some safeties and different things. And speaking of the 6, does it have the natural 2-rail angle, a hair cut off? So you have to dip down on this a little bit with the right inlet. If that's the case, watch out the scratch across in the upper right, a little more available. He cut it thin. He's going to need some help. Oh, the 9. He's facing the 9. It doesn't sit terribly. To kind of thump it in. I think it's pretty straight to the pocket. Yeah, just because he doesn't really see a simple safety, I think. So to take the lead and get the applause. Big roll. I don't think he can chip this inside. If he can chip it inside, that's a different story. With a little right spin.
Yes.
Play off the 6 to open up the cue ball.
The right's a little dangerous, but I think you can get to it.
Ball, and you just have to push straight through. Good. Good. What's the 6 going to do, though? So little things have changed. But it's got to feel good. It's been the 2-ball that has really been the costly one for Carlo Biotto in this match.
16th rack, he missed a very simple 2-ball. Most recent, he missed that lengthy 2-ball with the cue ball tucked under the short rail. Missed it by a mile. Yeah, you're right.
The only mistake mistake early was a bank that he went for the first game on the 2-ball, I believe. That's nice. From shorty, though.
Touched on it, they really just not getting any distance on the separation.
Yeah, but I don't know about the feeling y'all get. Early when Carlo was doing his thing, these jumps were always close. He's always going to threaten it, but now I feel like he may bury it.
Got a chance.
Foul stroke.
Exactly.
Ball in hand.
All it needed is ball in hand. You know, you hate to say that about a world champion and a guy that's made it through his final, but they say in the bowling, when you breeze, you will slide a little bit, and ball in hand will help that.
It's such a big ball to get over. Be accurate. 26-foot ball for jumping.
No, for him, it's 100% the right shot. Is that best out of 11 from here, as Phil mentioned. So to get some table time and your game lead, very, very big moments for Carlo Biado.
Yeah, just to knock a few balls in under relatively little stress, considering where they're located.
And I'll tell you, I mean, he played beautifully to get that stretch out that 7-game lead, but the thing he hasn't got to do in a while is break the balls, and that's the thing that really opened up the door to get something commanding here in this final. As great as these two are, though, I kind of feel like nothing's a given just yet.
Short race to 6 now.
Should come 2 cushions around the 8. All right, I think it's gotta be the draw stroke. I think, anyways. Say, is that enough?
Definitely makes it missable.
Make this, though, it can go a long ways, right?
The pendulum of power in a ball match doesn't necessarily swing only one way. Maybe Biado is on the right track again. He's certainly in front at 10-9. Filipino flag flying high again. Just a matter of whether he can keep his foot on the pedal now, or are we going to see a scenario where racks are traded up until the nail-biting conclusion? Biado trying to join a wondrous list of former Filipino champions in this event. Efren Reyes, winner in 1999. Ronnie Alfano, 2006. Francisco Bustamante in 2010. And you might include Alex Pagulayan. He's got Filipino heritage, even though I think when he captured the title all those years ago, he was representing Canada.
Yeah. Bowling with the Tall Boys. I think JJ was in there. We were debating that. Maybe 50-50 split.
You're at 20.
Filipino.
Carlo Biado to break. Hitting 10 racks to 9.
You're only allowed one at a time.
Finished off with a breaking run, too. All right, he's got the 1 down. Where's the cue ball? Blue 2 is near. Don't see a pocket though.
Cut off to the upper right.
I think both the upper right and, well, he may sneak by the upper right, but that's a tall task, I think, with other options. Yeah, you know, we talk about it all the time. At the beginning of matches, you get these layouts that seem very doable, and that's sometimes somewhat routine for these great players. But as the matches go on, you feel like usually you get a lot of funny layouts. Look at the 3 where it's at, the 4-8's funny. And he didn't hit the rack badly at all. The only reason the cue ball's on the bottom rail is because it got kissed.
With control, triple course. I think he takes it to the top right. A lot of good things can happen, even if he catches it a little short. The last thing you want to do is catch it too thin.
Yeah, and the thing is, not only the technology in the cues these days, but how good he is and others, that he's going to play the cue ball to the back rail, trying to pocket it, like Scott said. And if he doesn't make it, at least try to get the cue ball in a hard position for Carlo. There's that thin hit you were talking about. Andy bumped the 4 open. Wow, the jump cue hasn't been, you know, what we're used to seeing from Fedor Gorst.
Yeah, and you talk about it, we talk about it. With the jump cue, a lot of great players will end up catching it thin. It's because the back arm comes out from underneath you and you kind of sideswipe the cue ball. Rarely see Gorst do that. I feel like he was fortunate not to scratch in the upper left, but might as well have this finish.
Don't take this one for granted. You can afford that outer jaw here. Nice sweet stroke. And he really took care of a big issue with the 4. The 4-8 was funny. I think it was the 7 that was kind of on top of those as well. Now, does the 6 pass the 7, Scott? I know we're looking ahead a few shots, but the 5's kind of covered up a little bit.
I kind of like what he did here, though. Stay nice and thin on the 4 so you can get close to the 5 in case he doesn't pass the lower right corner and the 7 ball JJ.
Yeah, well, he hasn't even looked at the 6, so that tells me it is open. Because otherwise, you're really thinking about how do I want to get on this 5 ball here, right?
This is close.
You have to work it all the way back down to the side. I don't know about y'all, but I'm a bit nervous for this match. It's got my blood flowing.
Yeah, the way he's looking at it now, I think he already knew the 6 didn't pass the 7.
He's going to draw around the 8.
It looks like he's going to definitely bend back. Just don't know if he's going to pass the 8 or not.
2 rails, throwing around. He likes that shot. Like that. Letting it open up. Yeah. I said at the beginning of the match, when it comes to those shots that don't come up very often, he is absolutely one of the best at seeing them, and it's really fun to watch.
What a classy effort that was.
But almost really sets up nicely for the situation because he gets to let the stroke out. It's not one of those in-betweens, a little delicate.
There are many Filipinos in the crowd here, and you might have noticed after every ball that goes in now from Piardo, you hear the word yes.
A lot of Filipinos live here in Saudi. Pool players we've seen in pool rooms, Filipino pool players here in Jeddah last year and in Riyadh. And watch the snooker event.
Back-to-back jump shots from the Maestro have backfired. And that's why those guys are delighted. The Filipinos always turn up to support their own, and they're over the moon that Carlo Piardo, after that fallow patch in the middle of the match, is now back 2 in front. He only needs 4 more to regain the world 9-ball title. and to go home to the Philippines, a hero. You know, if he does win this World Championship, what a good way to launch the Philippines Open in October if he plays the first match. That is Michael Boanan, another fine Filipino player.
Thank you, rack 21. Carlo Biarded break, leading 11 racks to 9.
Two's going to get up table. How much of a cut? They shoot at this, you know. No matter, the blue two hasn't been the friendliest for him at times, but you got to believe he's feeling a little better about things now, regaining the lead, making some nice shots.
Well, yeah, a little space on the break shot, and I was trying to go back to the right side. That insult to injury.
And it's plenty thin enough to come up and down right across the middle of the table, right over the rack again. He's bouncing off his bottom cushion.
Yeah, I think that folks really just goes into burying this ball. He looks pretty natural up and down.
Good enough, though. He may play the 9 or the 3 in the side. He's dressed up on both. Got to be the 3 in the side, right, Scott? I mean, everything goes.
Into the side.
Yeah, he just needs
Extension call.
12 inches of draw. Now, this one you don't want to stun. Hit it sweet. You open up the pocket a little bit with the draw. Did not expect that. He had gotten a huge roll. Snookered himself if he made it, I believe.
This is not with hindsight. These middle pockets are so tight. I thought there was just a slight possibility of him missing. I didn't think he would, but I couldn't quite discount the possibility.
Yeah, the 3 hit the middle of the ball, hit the point. That was a surprise to me. He just took his eye off of it.
Oh, this is
Behind the 7?
7 to tuck behind it. Still got to make good contact over the 8 like this. He's going to leave it open. Can't expect to do much better than that from that position. The other did get away with one there.
Yeah, big time. You wonder if he's challenged with some type of shot, how much that'll weigh on that miss.
Yeah, very good point. If you can get through this rack, of course, it might affect him big time going forward.
He's got to go a little bit. He's got to go. He wants to cover up the jump, and he has. At least a portion of it. The make on the jump.
Triple jump. Tough to jump with the 3 here, JJ.
Oh, he's cut off a lot of ways, Scott.
It's a big ball too, huh?
Yeah, he doesn't have the bottom rail to go in with spin. I don't think he does anyways. He's going to jump to 6 with a hair of left. Come to the bottom rail, I believe anyways, and try and kick up underneath this. Could go directly at a little portion of it with the jump cue, but
yeah, does the 3 in any way, shape, or form. He's going straight at it. Boy, the cue ball's going to crash maybe into 4. It's that thin.
could knock the ball off the table. Yeah, he went for the kick, trying to create some luck. Now, again, here's the shot I was talking about. After that miss in the side, this 3 is no cupcake when the nerves are high.
I like the decision here. I think he wanted to come to the right side of the 3, maybe get some motion to the left side of the table.
Yeah, he was trying to maybe fluke one, too.
Right.
right, here you can handle a second bounce about a diamond ounce. You don't have to baby it too much. Big shot.
And he's starting to get that finger going a little bit more. It's always a telltale sign.
Yeah, it's dancing, isn't it?
Yeah, none of us know we do it either. It's amazing, really. It's kind of just a subconscious. It's almost like when you're putting, how you never really tighten the grip until right before, then you apply a little pressure. It just keeps you loose is all.
Not clean. Tell right away when the cue ball left the Q-tip that was going to be thin.
Yeah, and sometimes what happens is you recognize where the miss usually is, and when the nerves are high, that's usually the thick one there on that type of shot. So easy to adjust the aim. Let me open up the pocket of hair. All right, should just pull this up the rail a little bit. He's in close quarter, and he really is good at the shot. A little low right image. I don't think he should go back and forth myself, but we'll see.
Right, radio thread.
Well, only a major blunder will stop Carlo Biardo going back 3 in front. This would be one of the worst misses in 9-ball pool history. Not going to happen. But it might happen for Carlo Biardo. 3 is the number. 3 clear. 3 more required to be champion of the world again. And delight is Filipino following. there's a pool party in Jeddah, and the guest of honor is Carlo Biado. The atmosphere here really ramping up as the Filipino star gets within 3 racks of becoming world champion in the 9-ball discipline for the second time. Fedor Gorst pulled his way back from 9-2 down to 9-9. Now though, Jeremy Jones, he finds himself in deep trouble again.
Yeah, but he's just looking for a shot, I think. He's doing his normal thing between on the ad break, taking his little walk, clearing his mind. If he can get to the breaking end, we know what he's capable of and what he's determined to do. So Carlos got to continue.
22. Biado break. Hitting 12 racks tonight.
Against the walls.
He's got to win 6 of the remaining 8 racks.
One's down. He's been awesome in that regard. He just doesn't get the 2 all the way around like Gorst does on some of these breaks.
A lot to do with a lack of pace.
Yeah, I'll tell you, if he wasn't dead jacked up, he may take on the safety, but you hate to really get a miss hit because of that opportunity. So maybe the push out here.
Yeah, safe. Elevated right with 52 to the right side. Puts the bag to 5.
That's what I like. Keep it simple. Lengthen the game as best you can. It may not end up being that good for you overall. This may be a little touchy.
Just got there. I was going to say that's a little weak. The rack looks kind of messy, but the 5 does play. Really, first person to the 2 wins. Most likely.
Is this a soft play? Oof, almost really fluked it. What's the cue ball doing with the 7? Pays to hit him. And I don't know if Gorst can reach this jump. I saw Gorst in the hallway and he mentioned to me, he said, just a real weird last 3 games.
Bottom rail here. The heavy left ball would love to tuck behind the 9, if not just chip it.
Yeah, nice shot, right? Very good. Just look at the jump cue, wow. He fancies his chances to make it in the upper right. I just got to rewire my brain to how good these guys are with the jump cue compared to yesteryear with most of us mortals.
Hear the roar, giving Fedor Gorst a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, roar from the Black Tiger there on the blue 2. Landed on top of the 2 ball and found the gap up table. He's going to fall a little straight. Did bump the 6 a hair closer to the pocket, which may help things on the 5.
Yeah, because what you're saying here is he can go forward now.
Well, not only that, you know, just in case he has to take a little distance on the 5 for some reason. Now, he's got an option if he gets on the 5. He may not shoot it. He may bang it around the table and plant him behind the 8.
Might be deceiving. He can come straight back.
Open it up. If he gets close quarters, he's going to attack, and as he should, he's really good. Make sure that tip doesn't come up here if you're going to come 2 cushions. You don't want to get over the 7 somehow, sneakily behind the 7. I've done this before, just kind of took it for granted, you know what I mean, Scott?
Keep the left side here. Did that. Well done. Just a swerve here. Might go towards the 9.
I like that myself. I mean, it's very hard to get snookered. I think it's the comfortable way to make the ball. You're never going to scratch, I don't think anyways. I think if you try to check it with inside, going up and down, something like that, you have problems.
Okay, this has landed funny, maybe.
Is he going towards the side here?
He's just a little below the side. I don't know.
He's got to play short side on the 8 if he's going to play a level cue on the 7. He's just got to kind of make this and then take a deep breath and knock the 8 down the rail. Yeah, he caught it thick, so he's not going to get across. And sometimes you catch it thick because you are worried about that side pocket a little bit, right? If you happen to cut it a hair to the left side of the hole, maybe you get near a scratch. I think he'll probably attack the bank.
He could chip it thin to the center of the top rail there, back and forth with the cue ball and use the 9, but boy, in this position, I feel like the left side pocket is pretty big.
The juices are flowing. Everything seems to be going his way. Seize the moment, that's what I say.
Also double bank the 2, JJ, towards the center diamond and tuck down below the 9. Excuse me, bank the 8 twice towards the center diamond, tuck down behind 9.
He's trying to bank across the corner, let it open up, and if he misses, it gets to the bottom rail, or the top rail, rather.
That's kind of what I'm saying, right? He's just going to use the 9 as a backup.
He's just trying to make it. He's trying to make it.
Seize the moment.
And he made a big shot, very similar in the semifinal, that really got himself going.
They are loving it, and with every justification. Their man, Carlo Biado, has jumped into a 13-9 lead, just 2 more for 9-ball pool immortality to join Earl Strickland, Johnny Archer, Fong Pang Chow, Torsten Homan, Albin Auschen, and Fedor Gorst as a multiple world 9-ball champion. Terrific stuff.
Yeah, they're having a great time. Carry on. I like it.
They're a really good bunch, the Filipinos. They love their pool, they love enjoying themselves, and tonight, the two have come together.
Get it, Big White.
Well, sometimes in tournaments around the world, we have dance camp. That's not the dedicated dance camp, it's just the Biado supporter can't contain himself, and after a bank on the 8 like that, who can blame him?
Carlo Biado break, leading 13 racks to 9. Foul stroke, ball in hand.
Exactly. You don't want.
Exactly. Of course. In a timely manner.
Please start the clock.
Get a look at the layout yet, but didn't make the 1, so he's got to run all 9. But that's very playable for me. Yeah, I'm wondering if the 5 passes the 6. That's the one to me that looks like, you know, could be some type of issue because it certainly doesn't pass the 8.
3 does lead to the 4 quite well. He needs to come back for the 5. He doesn't want to fall straight here. He does not want to fall straight here. He can actually get below the 2.
Man, got really odd. I think he's got a hint of an angle below, like you mentioned, Scott.
He got a little fortunate if that's the case. I didn't think he'd come all the way down.
Okay, he opened it up with some spin. Wasn't so sure that right English was on there, and this tells me the 5 does go. It just doesn't seem like he's super concerned unless he's going to draw back underneath the 5.
He can come back. He just wants to maintain that correct angle. Not going to get past the 4 here.
Yeah, he did, just a hair, but he can come on that other side of it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Little shake of the head there. He's not going to get his premium, but he's going to either have something in the side or cut in the upper corner.
Maybe the adrenaline carrying the cue ball a little bit because he could have just really babied that ball so close to the side.
And Gorse has dodged a couple scratches on the break during this match, but overall, he's going to bump this ball, looks like maybe. And he bumped it. This is no hanger combination. Got to consider speed to hold the 5 and the cue ball. But Carlo's only had one mistake on the break that really you could say was his fault or his mistake, and that was this one here. A lot going on with this shot. Of course, the onus on making the combination and moving on from there, but got the 8 to think about a little bit. Doesn't really know exactly where the 5's going to fall. I like his chances of making it.
Great speed. No caution for the wind. You do not want to land straight like this 7. Carry some type of an angle. And that's where you want to be on that line. Just laid his Q-tip.
And get that second bounce here, or that bounce off that second rail. Very good.
Gorsh to try and avoid any slip-ups. Does that. His opponent's on the hill.
A little bit of art comes out past the line there. Really all started out, JJ, from scratch on the break. Forced him to that. Here.
It is a dangerous occupation to write off Fedor Gorsh. So many comebacks in capturing this title last year. I think this would be the biggest of the lot, though, considering the quality of the opposition. And so the final continues, 13-10. Gorsh now into double figures. It's been such a wonderful tournament. I think it's entirely appropriate we've had this kind of final.
And here you go. Breaking. Win rack percentage, 85% to 80%. What sticks out 67% on the long pot success versus Beato's 100%. That is big.
I think it all depends on what you call a long pot. Of course, he missed that 2 by a mile with the cue ball under the short rail. So for me, that would be a long pot missed.
7 safety errors versus 4.
Yeah, of course, just clean that up, though. Those safety errors came early after he had that 2-0 lead. 5 of those, I mean, anyways. You're going to see a little different break. I think Carlos, of course, Federer's always broke well, but he's even gotten better. Hit him a bit harder. Still getting the one down.
Struggled at times.
Got it thin or got a kiss. I couldn't tell which.
It was thin.
A little off angle on the bank for one of the best bankers in the game, and it was certainly thin, Scott. It's not bad, the bank shot cross side. A little jacked up, but I really don't think it's terrible. I think you kind of, I don't know if you can really, the 7's impeding that position you want.
Classic. There's no question.
Putting him up behind the 8. Just enough speed. Probably the jump cue. He's got to go a long ways over. There's not a lot of kick options. Not a ton.
This match has gone one way and the other. Who will possess the momentum when it matters most?
He's getting straight at this like he's not slipping. He is.
Watch out now. Okay, got the cue ball rested on the rail, but with the 9 ball up near that upper right corner, easy to leave a little kiss shot there if everything isn't executed perfectly. I think the 2s froze along with the cue ball, real close to the rails with each. Oh, there's nothing I like here, Scott.
He is good in these situations, but this is about as tough as it gets. Dead head on, both balls nearly frozen. Not a lot of cover either. Hard to get away from the 2. He's using power. He's going at the
2-9. All isn't fine for Fedor Gorsh, but at least it's a lot better than it was 15 minutes or so ago. 13-11 the scoreline. This is turning into one classic final, and what a classic shot to pull one back.
Philly arced the cue down.
Yeah, classy shot. It could be a very important one. Once again, the gap narrows to 2. He continues to dance, but it was Fedor Gorst who made the balls dance in the 24th rack. What a beautiful kiss shot that was. 2 onto the 9, in it went. And now he gets to break off in rack 25. 25 of a possible 29. And the more this goes on, the more you think, much like last year, it could go all the way.
Wired up the right side with JJ the 2 behind the 9 and the 3.
Yeah, Scott, you know when it's near a pocket, the push out becomes more difficult, especially when it's fairly open. I'll tell you, I don't think it's been mentioned, but we have one player spectator that's pretty happy. Robert Capito is going to take that 10K.
A very salient point. Congratulations to the man from Hong Kong, former UK Open champion, who again backs a 5-figure check.
Yeah, does he leave the cue ball on the rail here as he pushes out to the left? Leaves it on the rail, kind of feel like he gets it back.
Yeah, there's one guy I would be concerned about leaving the thin chop to the guy he's playing.
Yeah, I think he's got to take away the chop, maybe.
Oh,
See
that's
how
your
he
choice.
purposely didn't leave himself on the rail to get it back in a bad situation. So,
agreed. Most importantly, get it over enough.
feel good about bringing it up the rail a little bit, leading the cue ball behind the Brown 7. Maybe using the 3 a little as well.
Federer is world class at that shot, one of the best, or if not the best, in my opinion. I'm not as familiar with the department with the drag. I'm sure he is right there, of course.
Yeah, I don't think he has to drag it. That's a choice. I think he can roll it with a little right. The good thing is the 8 and 5 really cover up the cross corner bank, just in case it does open up a little bit.
He's giving it back.
I think that. Go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
That's why Gorst kept it. You think what, JJ?
I think it is a hair cuttable, to be honest with you. Just a hair. I mean, I don't think it's you know, like way out of line.
Hot. He would cut it.
Maybe
playing the chip shot up, trying to snug behind the 7.
Yeah, caught it a little fat, it looked like. They use the 3 like I was talking about. You feel like maybe you have 2 balls, and you know, it's hard to argue either way there, right? Because you're rarely going to get a ball in hand behind it. You're going to leave a pretty good kick shot, maybe even a cut.
I'll tell you what, though, he actually hit it quite well. It's much more difficult than it looks to control the speed of both of those balls because you're aiming at such a fine point that you're out the ball there.
You know, not that hard to bring the cue ball back near the 8 on this kick shot, by the way, with a little draw. You know, like that. Well, here again, the jump cue hasn't been, you know, as magnificent as it usually is for Federer, Gorst, but you can make it all up with one here.
So this one seems like he's a little more pace. He's had a few, credit to Beato, where he snugged them up well, where all he can really do is make contact and hope for the pocket. Here, you can get a little pace on it, maybe be a bit more accurate.
Yeah, I would, I'm sorry.
Beato's hoping for a replay of the 20th rack when a jump from Gorst on the 2 misfired.
Yeah, to me, I kind of felt like that was the type of jump. What a roll here. Wow. That was the type of jump you would practice a little more, like if you're, you know, gearing up, you know. Last year before the U.S. Open final with SVP, I watched Gorst practice, and his last 15 or 20 minutes was all jump shots, every last one of them.
Well, that was a luck shot. What a roll. What a roll to get in behind the 8 ball there.
Well, if he hits this, he could make it.
Foul stroke.
A little lighter speed than I thought, and the reason why he did that, he felt like with those two balls there, he could get some kind of backdoor safety.
That lighter speed also caused the cue ball to drop down quite a bit.
Yeah, I felt like he would go at it a bit more, because even on a heavier speed, if you hit it thick, the two may bank around the 5-8. That set as well. Pretty big roll with the jump cue here. Pretty nice kick shot from Carlo Biado. Got that 2 around, ending up underneath the 5 and 8. That's 9-ball pool.
The Fedor cheering section now in good voice.
Competition building outside the table arena. He's got 2 options here. Go forward or come out one way. I think going forward for someone like myself, feel a little more secure. He's going to come out one round. That's probably why I'm sitting right here. Good signs for George right there. It's clean and tight. Get that to the 8.
Gorst hasn't been at his devastating best in this final. What heart, what a resolute player he is. What a competitor. Will Stoic, equal success. He's loving that. From 13-9 down, it's now 13-12. And for the second year in succession, could the World 9-Ball Championship final go hill-hill?
Yeah, well, we're both responding. So it's all about opportunity, I think.
Last couple of finals on the World 9-Ball Tour in major events have been runaways. We knew that was not going to continue. This is the routine 9-ball that took Gorst within 1. Champions are made of the right stuff, and one of the reasons they do so well, their burning desire to be the best. That desire courses through the veins of Fedor Gorst. That's why he won in such unlikely circumstances last year. That's why he's trying to overcome, at his lowest ebb, what was a 9-2 deficit this evening.
Rack 26. Fedor Gorst to break, trading 13 racks to 12.
Is the three to spoil the parade.
Might have a cross corner bank that he can avoid the kiss. I believe if the kiss is, if he is able to dodge it, I think he does shoot at it. Or can he see enough to maybe knock the two around and plant him around the three? All right, he's sizing up the kiss, and the more I look at it, I think he can avoid it. May require some right spin.
Well, the good thing about that shot, JJ, is it's kind of a two-way, right? He hits it thin enough to avoid this. Well, it just seems a little...
Extension call.
I think he's got to kind of smooth it to let the right English really take with the cue ball off the bottom rail to avoid the kiss. I think if he tries to put speed, maybe get separation, he may nip the two on the back side with the cue ball. Yes, he should.
Oh, it lays nicely. That's it.
And he smooths it nicely. A little elevated. That's a little unlucky, but... reach it enough to hit down on this. I think that's what he would like to do.
A little brutal. And this changes things being elevated over the pink. And look how stretched he is with the leg up. You know this is how he likes to get. So that tells me he's going to punch around and be more accurate.
He's going to get on top of it. It's close quarters. I think it's going to be just fine.
Turned out perfect.
What a time to break and run, to get back onto level terms and reduce this best of 29 rack match to best of 3. No reason why he can't do it.
Yeah, and remember the one mistake on the breaking end for Carlo in this match, the scratch at 13-9, I believe it was. Should come somewhat down the center of the table. Wants an angle on the green 6. So he played inside, trying to get side of the ball. I was a little surprised by that. When he played from above, but of course he's at the table.
We talk about it all the time. Gorst just seems to find a way to get it done. He's trailed and trailed. Back up.
Does he pinch this or does he stun across? There's 2 cushions. High ball, I guess. A little longer away from the 8.
Benefits of utter confidence in your own ability. But these have been rattled.
Once again by Gorst, JJ, to tie this matchup, showing a ton of heart. I believe this race to 2.
It is a script you could not write. Fedor Gorst responding for a second time. 13-13. It most certainly isn't unlucky for everyone watching. But what a pressure cauldron out there for the two players. And now, Gorst is back favourite because he's breaking in rack 27.
And JJ touches on it all the time, the power that he has. His break is really stands out. JJ touched on that. You touched on this, Jeremy. Carl touched on this yesterday, I believe. Beato hits him a little lighter, and the 2 finishes up top sometimes a little bit less power causes that mishap or bad look on the 2 versus what Gorst does.
Yeah, and the 2 is randomly racked on the corners or in the back. So, I mean, you know, that's why sometimes it doesn't hurt Carlo, but I mean, 2 also gets kisses in those positions. But yeah, you just get better spreads, you make a few extra balls here and there, and it seems like the 2 comes loose.
Scores a tie,
Fedor
13
Gorst.
racks each.
Good thing, you know, and the impressive thing about both these guys not backing down. The one has been on a beeline to that right middle here the last half of the match. And as soon as I open that trap, there you go, Carlo Beato. There's your chance. It is a combination, maybe even a cross-side bank. And the 5's in the way of that. Is it actually? Is it a beard on the 6, Scott?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Kiss shot off the edge of the 1 to make the 6, dropping the 1 in position to the lower right corner.
Take a look at Gorst, a bit stunned, but I think the kiss shot's on natural position.
Yeah, this is definitely a little a la Efren Reyes, these types of shots. You don't have to baby it too much. You're not going to lose the 1. It doesn't appear anyways. And at the moment, you know, with the nerves so high, that may be as comfortable a shot for him to start with as something that's out in the middle that he's got to kind of move the ball or make something long.
Really good to where he can just two in the same corner.
Yeah, just draw over, I think, between. Caught it a little bit heavy, but okay. He's got a gap between the 8 and 9. Doesn't have to get perfect on the 3 to stay below. Just don't do anything silly thinking you got to be on the bottom end for the 4 later on here in a couple shots. You know, like here, you need to come up between the 8 and 9. That's okay. On your speed, you can pull it up the rail to kind of widen the angle. Call it broadening the angle, actually. The speed control doesn't have to be as good. Which to me, I kind of like that myself. Like, you know what I mean? A little stun with a hair right. Just get out in the middle of the table. You shoot the 4, come around the 9 for the 5.
Extension call.
Don't have to be delicate here.
Just wonder, is this retribution from the pool gods? Last year, Gorst 14-13 behind, rack 28. Efren Kachi broke dry.
Yeah, this guy was the best in the industry. And this right here, the pullback, straight look.
Felt at one point when Gorst made that comeback, it's almost like Ali get you in the ropes, and Carlo looked a little rough for a moment, but he made a few big shots.
Yeah, this situation so many times, right, Jay?
Yeah, for sure. Should get these three and a chance to break and win. That's all you can ask for, especially playing Fedor Gorst.
4 World Championship final finishes. Now 3 World Championship final finishes.
Carlo Biado wins the 27th rack.
Carlo Biado, 1 rack away from glory.
We are carrying
And the
on. This is
dancer
desperate for the toilet. We are carrying on.
is showing his moves. This is a final that has disappointed no one. Can Fedor Gorst complete a carbon copy of last year and win the last 2 racks to snatch the verdict, or will it be Biado's evening? And let's not remember, or let's not forget, I should say, what happened in the semi-finals earlier today. It seems like an age ago. Carlo Biado completed victory over Bernie Regulario with a golden break. A golden break that was called by Jeremy Jones. He couldn't do it again, could he? Surely.
Yeah, well, not really feeling it here. I kind of feel like something's going to give Federer a chance. I don't know if he'll give us that hill or not. But
it's so exciting, this. You can't wait for the referee to rack the balls and get things underway. Everyone on the edge of their seats.
It's just rare. She can break the run in situations, especially right on Biado's tail.
Very different scenario to when he won the world title for the first time.
Thank you,
That
rack
was a
28.
stroll. He beat Roland
Carlo
Garcia
Biado break.
13-5. This
On the hill, leading 14 racks to 13.
is one gigantic battle.
got the 1 down, the 2 is dressed up. What's the 3 and 5 going to do? They're going to get funny, as they should, and as they always do, it seems like.
It's terrible, JJ.
No, it's certainly not. But for the shot on the 2, I mean, he's a little thin and stretched on the 2. So the 2's pretty near the cushion. So, but the thing is, he's wanting more of the middle of the table to shoot the combination.
Right.
Now, how much movement did he get off that combination? Of course, the 8's there, so probably going to have to play with a little bit of speed, or else the 8 may cover up the 3 if he gets to that position after the combo.
Yeah, I think center table's great. I don't think the combination lays too bad. Actually, the stretch here is probably tougher than the combination.
He shoot it from a little more distance, though, considering the stretch. Like here, you know what I mean? Just a little more. Now, this is what I mean is the 3 going to come back off and kiss the cue ball, or the 8 maybe blocks the pocket?
Well, a lot of guys play that kiss and just follow this.
Yeah, but I know he wants to cue downward a little bit, kind of pinch it. Loves that type of shot.
Yeah, of course, he's
Extension cool.
a player that loves to cue on the ball. You don't want to give it any hesitation in the back door, so that's most likely what's going to happen.
Yeah, and he's got a little bit of a cut, so that's just a little bit. So that tells me we'll see how he hits it. If he makes it cleanly, I think the 3 escapes easily. And that.
Might have to come all the way around now.
100% he does. There's no doubt, and he would love to have a hair more angle to do so. He's going to have to thump this going 3 rails between the 7-9. Or maybe underneath the 7, 3 rails, you think? Wrap it out of the lower left corner off the right side rail.
I'd open up on him and scratch in the top right that way. I wouldn't mind between the 7 and 9 here.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Now it's going to fall here underneath this, but it's going to be okay.
Very perfect.
Yeah, now he's still got a decision. Do I draw by the 9? Probably. There's enough angle there.
but the writing is starting to appear on the wall.
And, you know, I was on the fence in this, what is it, 28th game. He's going forward, so is he playing from the center of the table? He's got to slow down a little bit. He's got to slow down a little bit. Yeah.
Knowing you're going into the 9, that's pretty confident.
Well, I'm glad he knew it because I didn't. But what I was getting at is I felt like Carlos played well enough to get a chance, but I felt like Federer's shown so much heart. He deserved a chance to maybe make it hill-hill.
There's no question. The heart.
The heart will be pounding. The palms will be sweaty. He's potted so many balls this week. He's beaten so many top-line opponents. He's had a really tough draw. He's not wilted.
This isn't over.
Piato's got a piece all week.
Man, what a nice out he's made here.
Congratulations, Carlo. Piano, brilliant. Up on the table, Fedor Gorst was last year. The history man Gorst has been victimized by history this evening because the man creating the records here in Jeddah, Carlo Biado, the pool mad nation of the Philippines, will be overjoyed by what's just occurred. What part from the man they call the Black Tiger? He's certainly in the black now because he's better off to the tune of $250,000 US. Of course, it's the biggest check of Biado's life. And boy, after staving off the World 9-Ball Tour #1, not once but twice, Carlo Biado deserves every last penny. It's just sinking in now what he's done. He's beaten the best in the business, last year's US Open, World 9-Ball champion and World Masters champion. But tonight, Fedor Gorst was second best to Carlo Biado, the man who started playing pool in the evenings after caddying in the day as a 13-year-old. What a journey he's made. Now, to the pinnacle of a sport that he plays simply beautifully. Smiles all round in the green halls, and the most joy in Jeddah is being experienced by Carlo Biado. I'm so pleased for him. He's put his heart and soul into this effort, and in the end, he's come good. Fedor Gorst is down there on the floor. He was the first to congratulate Carlo Biado, and now he's chatting with our own Carl Boyce.
Yeah, I'm here with Fedor Gorst. First of all, Fedor, I know this is not the chat that you want, but before I start, you have got some bottle. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
Well, you know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Today was not my day. You know, I was trying my best. You know, I gave up all I had. Felt like every time I was coming back, I was breaking dry. But first of all, I want to say congrats to Carlo. I know how hard you guys are working. Congrats to you, your family. Carlo was simply too good for me tonight. Yeah, enjoy your night, brother. It's your day today.
What was you thinking at 9-2 down? Obviously, you battled for 6 days. You played some phenomenal pool, and you just sat there as a spectator, trying to explain to everyone in the arena at home what it's like being a pool player when you just maybe got the best seat in the house watching your opponent.
Yeah, I was thinking, when is this guy's gonna miss? You know, but no, I was still thinking that I have a chance. You know, it's a long race. Same way Kachi came back at me last year. You know. Just never give up, and you always have a chance to bounce back.
What is it about you, Fedor? Obviously, it's like they've got to scrape you off the table. What is that? What have you got in your head? What's the difference between you and us normal pool players?
Well, I just never give up. I'm never gonna lose, by just giving up. I'm always trying to fight, but yeah, I guess that's the only difference.
Fedor, listen, congratulations. Very, very valiant effort defending your trophy. Well done, buddy. You should be very proud. Fedor Ghost, everybody, your runner-up. The Black Tiger, Carlo Biado. First of all, congratulations. You're a two-time world champion. Tell me how you're feeling.
Well, I'm very happy and shaking. My opponent is he's a monster. It's tough to beat, but I like this game. I like this kind of game. Fight back. I like the fight.
You were 9-2 up, and then obviously Fedor's come back at you. What were you thinking at 9 apiece? You went into the break. Looked like you were struggling a little bit straight away. What was going on in the mind?
Well, yeah, I'm struggling in my break, and also I don't want to give him back the break because this break is monster, so I need to be careful on that. So, but that's part of the game. Anybody can happen.
You're the first two-time world champion from the Philippines. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot, and also I'm happy, and also to all the Filipino here, I'm very thankful that they here to support me. Also the Marboys team, Boss JR, yeah, I love this kind of event.
Yeah, the Filipinos, no matter where you go, all over the world, they come out to support you. Have you got a message for the people here and back home?
Can I talk in Philippines? Thank you sa lahat ng Pilipino. Mabuhay tayo lahat. And also to the audience here. I'm thankful that a lot of people watching here. I'm so thankful. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your world champion, now a two-time world pool champion, the Black Tiger, Carlo Biado.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible final we've witnessed here tonight in Jeddah. 128 players walked in and one walks away, etched into the history books as the 2025 World Pool Champion. Before we crown our champion, we take a moment to honor the next generation of talent. Please welcome to the stage the chairman of the Saudi Billiards and Snooker Federation, Mr. Naif Al-Jahani, who will now present the trophy to Albert Januata, the winner of the Saudi Junior Championships. Now to our runner-up this evening, a phenomenal performance all week long and a worthy finalist. To present Fedor Ghost with the World Pool Championship runner-up medal, please welcome the CEO of Matchroom Multisport, Emily Fraser. The runner-up trophy, please welcome the Deputy Minister of Sport Events, Mr. Khalid Al-Mawad. And now it's time to honor your 2025 World Pool Champion. Carlo Biado has conquered the toughest field in 9-ball, battled through every round, and delivered a sensational performance here in tonight's final. to present the Champions Medal, Emily Fraser, CEO of Matchroom Multisport. And finally, to present the World Pool Championship Trophy, please welcome His Excellency, the Vice Minister of Sport, Mr. Bade Al Ghadi.
Carlo Biado. History. Just put into context, JJ, that win for Carlo Biado, because the whole match, the whole final, it was a classic, a match for the ages.
Yeah, absolutely. We thought we had a match for the ages last year, as we did, but I mean, this one wasn't 15-14, but the drama, the comeback, you know, Carlo did what he had to do. He came out firing, down 2-0, spun off 9 in a row, had I think it was a dry break at 9-2 that got him started a little bit. Federer came back 9-9, and then from there it was really one for the ages, like Anna said.
People got their money's worth. They can't say they didn't. What a final. Just like last year, it went hill. This year, 15-13. Federer took the worst of it. This time, the Black Tiger, so much experience. He deserves this win. You got to feel for Gorst. But listen, $100,000 in second place, not too bad.
And there was really not much between the two, Carl. Not much at all between the two.
No, what a final. You know, like Scott's just said, everyone's showing up here tonight for the final. You know, it was a little quiet all week. We can't, you know, ignore the fact of that. But it just shows you the evening session for the final. It was packed out. There were loads of Filipinos. They all could fall over.
Do you know what? Towards the end,
match.
every rack the Biado won, the crowd on their feet were loving it. You can just see the support here, the love in the room for Carlo Biado. JJ.
Yeah, well, Filipinos all over the world, they do the same thing no matter where you're at in America. When Efren's around, they show up. There's a lot of Filipinos that live here in Saudi, and they know everything about pool, and they certainly know Carlo Biado.
No doubt Federer Gorst will be gutted to lose, but credit to him because he was relentless under pressure, as Federer always does.
Yeah, you can't imagine what he's going through right now. He doesn't think about the money. He doesn't care about the money. He wants to win, and we know he's disappointed. But at the end of the day, on the way back to the States, I know he'll be pleased with his performance.
Yeah, listen, he'll be devastated because he's a winner. He's a champion. But listen, there's no disgrace to what's just happened there. He was 9-2 down. He had the best seat in the house, or the worst from his point of view. He was just watching Carlo Biado come with all the shots. He were really in tune. And, you know, we've played in matches, not quite like that, but in matches where things don't go your way. And it's sort of easy winning matches when everything's going your way. But to get back in the match and make that final and make it what it was, unbelievable.
Scott, I think you called it early in the week, didn't you? You said Biado was the man to push Federer all the way.
Yeah, I mean, you feel like it with the experience he has, right? 4 semifinal finishes, 3 final finishes now, and 2-time world 9-ball champion, the only Filipino to ever do it. You could kind of see the writing on the wall that he was going to make it to the finals, and if he did, he was going to give Gorst a run for his money.
Yeah, and what's more impressive is the last couple of seasons, we've seen Carlo play US Open. He lost to Mellon. He was really poor. He's played a few matches in the main arena. You're kind of thinking, not is he done, but he's not quite where he was, where the level was. And to come here
very much still leading the way for Filipino players and around the world as well, showing the world what he can do.
Yeah, and listen, you know, this arena tonight, wherever we go around the world, the local Filipinos show up. They love their pool, and listen, to be the only 2-time world champion now,
he's going to be a megastar over there.
The dancing was exceptional for the Filipinos this evening. Absolutely brilliant. Where does that rank in terms of career best performances for Biardo?
Well, to beat a world number one and a guy that's kind of dominated here the last year or so in Fedor Gorst for Carlo, to me, getting that 9-2 lead and then surrendering that lead and being able to rebound, because we saw some fumbles when he did surrender that lead. Now, hats off to Fedor Gorst making that comeback. But then to regroup the way he did, came with some incredible shots, and he knew that it had to be hardly any mistakes for him to take it down.
Yeah, and the thing is, Scott, Jeremy, you could see Carlo from 9-9. He did wobble a little bit. You know, the comeback rattled him, but listen, he showed a lot of class in the end to hold himself together and get back in it. I remember I was in the crowd, these touring comms. I texted Jeremy after Carlo played the long two. I said, I think it's over, buddy.
Well, you do a lot of boxing, right?
Yeah.
And it's like they stood toe to toe in the middle of the ring,
Very much
and
so.
we saw some weak knees at times, a little rope-a-dope here and there.
I like it, JJ.
And then Carlo came out on top. And Fedor Gorst can hang his head high. He played one hell of a match.
Yeah, and in these conditions, right, the World 9-Ball Tour is so good at making tight pockets. In a long race to 15, I think there's going to be big swings. It's very hard to see somebody play perfect. Almost impossible to play perfect under these conditions in a race to 15.
I don't mind it not being perfect, to be honest with you. When they get a little bloody, they get a little scrappy, and then they come back. I really enjoy that myself.
The really gutsy performances. Carl, just put into context that win, though, $250,000 for Carlo Biardo.
14
million pesos.
Listen, that's a lot of money in the Philippines. We know.
I mean, that's what it means.
Yeah, I mean, what a shot that is. I'm sure there were moments in that final where I thought, even someone as good as that, maybe a little bit of doubt. Is it my night? But listen, he showed a lot of bottle, and as you said, Anna, 14.2 million peso. That's going to go a long way.
That's not bad, is it? And we also have the consecutive highest break and run as well. Robbie Capito topped that board, so he goes away with the $10,000. That's a nice little boost for Robbie.
Yeah, because Robbie was one of those guys that also had his eyes on that big prize and that trophy. I mean, he's been playing awesome. He'll be a threat here for many years, Robbie Capito. He picks up a little 10K change. That's all right. And hats off to the two youngsters that came tied for third with Bernie Regulario and Claudio Cacci. I really enjoyed watching them all week.
Yeah, stars of the future. I know Scott's a big fan of Claudio, as we all are. He'll learn from what he did out in that arena. It's the best place to learn, and he'll bear down on a few more shots in the future. And obviously, he's such a young man. He's got a massive career ahead. But look at the shots here. This is the Mar Boys team.
Yeah, that's J.R. Velasco right there.
There's going to be a few celebrations tonight from them, isn't there? A few celebrations from them.
Oh, yeah, they loved it. Listen, I'm just so happy that we had a fantastic crowd in tonight, because without that, maybe we might not have seen the comeback, the drama, and that is a fantastic advert for 9-Ball Pool. That is what can happen on a pool table.
Well, what a brilliant way to end this. It has been a fabulous 6 days. Thank you guys for your company.
Cheers.
And to you at home for watching as well. On a night, a brilliant night for Carlo Biardo, wasn't it? As he creates history to become the first Filipino to become a 2-time world champion. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
It takes a spark to light the fire, to bring the light to the shadows. And we're stronger than we were before, standing taller than we've ever known. When it's cold enough to bring the snow, we face the fire. From the darkness